Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willies, your host. Good morning, Houston. Good morning, Harris County. Good morning to the great state of Texas. Good morning to Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, and to every nook and cranny receiving the signals from our 100,000 watts transmitters going into those magical boxes known as radios, aka the Howard Reynolds machines. Before we get started, folks, I want to remind that we're also reaching our international listeners via the magic of the internet, formerly known as the ARPANET, that was created by whom? We the people, but monetized by those huge oligarchs. But anyhow, we'll talk about some of that in a little bit. Before and without further ado, let's go to the geniuses in El Estudio, into the studio. How you doing, my brothers?
And good morning, Egberto. It's Tuesday morning at the radio, and good morning to Bonn, Germany. Why not? Since we can get there through the internet.
Yeah, why not, right?
I know somebody in Germany is listening to us going, "What is this? Was ist das?"
Very interesting.
But stupid. Jack, you got some wisdom that ain't stupid this morning. What's going on, man?
Oh, well, I'm playing off of Egberto's theme today. Yes. Good morning, Egberto. How are you?
Good morning, my brother. Talk to me.
Yes, the corporate CEOs are lining up to kiss Trump's ring because they smell profit. So get ready, America. That profit will be coming out of your purses or pocketbooks as the corporate elites chant, privatize the profits and socialize the costs. So get ready, citizens, to be shook down, fleeced, pickpocketed, cheated, robbed, looted, taxed, and then left for dead.
That's adding insult onto injury. Left for dead.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, we are going to have a great show, folks. And don't forget, numbers 281. What am I saying? 713-526-5738. 713-526-5738. That's the number to reach us. Today we're going to talk, Jack nails it, right? Let me get to my little cheat sheet here. The title of the show today is Spineless Greedy CEOs Are Sucking Up to Trump. Exciting young Democratic leaders, ready for the torch. CEO and corporate executives are doing what they do best. Make a dollar, even if it means dealing with the traitor-in-chief. Democrats may be installing younger leadership, we hope. But, for those of you who received my newsletter this morning, sorry for about 3 typos in the first 3 sentences. I'm reading it right now, and I'm like, yeah, I know I was sleepy, but I thought I had my spell checker on. Evidently, the spell checker is fine. Just the plurality was wrong. Anyhow, I'll correct that in the system. Anyhow, today we're going to start, folks, with the spineless, greedy CEOs. And look, Robert Reich wrote a piece, and I want to kind of get into the piece and expand on the piece that Robert Reich was talking about. Okay. He called it, I stole the name from Robert Reich. He called it Spineless Greedy CEOs Are Lining Up to Lick Trump's Backside. I don't want to put the backside in my title because, I wanted to keep it a little more G-rated as opposed to PG. At a time in American history when the most influential leaders of the U.S. need to stand up loudly and clearly for the rule of law, democracy, and decency, they're leading the charge in the opposite direction. Yes, those are the CEOs, but we never said CEOs were strong. We never said CEOs had a lot upstairs. What CEOs are the masters of capitalism. They are the masters of the particular economic structure that we have that makes the few a lot of money. I repeat, it makes the few a lot of money. Anyone recall the time in the late summer of 2017 when prominent CEOs resigned from U.S. President Donald Trump's business councils in protest at his defense of white nationalists who marched in Charlottesville after Trump called them very fine people? That's from Robert Reich. At the time, I thought America's CEOs might become a bulwark against Trump's extremism, but I was wrong. So says Robert Reich. Within months, the CEOs were seeking to get back into Trump's good graces. After the insurrection unleashed by Trump against the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, many CEOs announced they wouldn't be financing the campaigns of election deniers. CEOs of prominent social media banned Trump from appearing. I hoped their actions would limit Trump's fanaticism and Trump's growing MAGA movement. I was wrong, says Robert Reich. Within 2 years, the CEOs were financing the campaigns of election deniers. Within 3 years, prominent social media were allowing Trump to return to their platform and retell his lies. I digress. Yesterday, as I'm writing my show, my 3 o'clock show, I look on the screen and there was Trump giving a news conference. And it was deja vu all over again. And for my MAGA listeners, my brothers and sisters that are MAGA listening, I promise you, I do not suffer from the Trump derangement syndrome. I don't have TDS. Okay? What I have is whenever someone is overtly lying, that's one thing. When they're overtly lying to a group of journalists and the journalists are just sitting down, taking this stuff in, and we know that the journalists know that he's lying, but they're allowing it to go over their airwaves unchallenged, and at the same time, in that regards, fool people into, well, if the journalists are there and they don't object to what he's saying, they don't correct what he's saying, they don't point out that he's a liar as he is saying it, then it is new food, it's new energy for MAGA because they don't know any better. For the average American citizen, they don't know any better. They're working, taking care of their kids. Their job isn't to do what the journalist's job is to do. We have a fourth estate for a reason. We have journalism for a reason, to keep all else in check. When you have politicians lying, they should be out there telling the American people, Donald Trump is lying. And that didn't occur yesterday on his long, drawn-out press conference. And I sat there listening, and my blood started boiling. And I'm like, it's not America's fault that this guy got reelected. Journalism, it's your fault. Because you give what he says plausibility with your dereliction of duty. Anyway, continuing with Robert Reich. I confess to having had a moment's thought during the last 8 months that Trump's conviction on 34 criminal counts in Manhattan, his civil conviction for defamation in connection with what a judge termed rape, and his disgraceful nativism, describing poorer nations as a shit holes, using terms redolent of Nazism to describe foreigners as poisoning the blood of Americans and baselessly accusing Haitians immigrants of eating our pets might force CEOs to rethink their willingness to give Trump a pass. No such luck. No such luck. Amazon's founder and chief, Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, had a rocky relationship with Trump in the first Trump administration. Angry with Bezos over unfavorable reporting in the Post, Trump questioned whether Amazon got a sweetheart deal with the U.S. Postal Service. Amazon, in turn, accused Trump of improperly pressuring the Pentagon to deny the company a major cloud computing contract. Bezos apparently learned his lesson. After Trump was shot at a campaign event, Bezos called him on social media, praised Trump's grace and courage under literal fire. That's what Bezos. The man came close to death, but a bullet kind of hit his ear. A stray bullet hit his ear, right? Actually, not a stray bullet. That's wrong of me. A bullet aimed at him missed and hit his ear. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I was in, I think it was Baltimore when this occurred. I was doing Netroots. And, you know, I saw all the memes that really were like, dang, he missed. I never wanted that bullet to hit. Donald Trump is a horrendously terrible, evil person. But I thought that taking that guy out, would be two things. One, it would be a disgrace to the person who did it. Why would you stoop to that level for this guy? And secondly, you know, we want the ballot box to be the place that rules our politics. Our politics ruled by the ballot box. All right. Bezos didn't allow, back to Reich. Bezos didn't allow the Post editorial board to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris for president. So the editorial board that is supposed to be independent, Bezos, as owner of the paper, says you cannot print that endorsement of Kamala Harris, saying that Kamala Harris was the better choice for the presidency. That is fascism, folks. When you start to change the behavior of the private sector, when you start to change the behavior of the media because of that leader, that is fascism. Industry, journalism, and all facets of your economy being modified to suit the will of your Führer, that is fascism. We're living it. It has already started. We're living fascism, folks. And it creeps up on you. And right now, I can still be on air saying the things that I'm saying. But it creeps, baby. It creeps. In the long run, I digress from the piece right now to point this out. I've been in conference calls and etc. about what's going to happen when the media or if the media eventually caves in, and then the independent media is pretty much forced out in many different ways. You don't have to be forced out by somebody coming to your station with a gun and arresting you. You can be forced out in the new media's way of using the internet by throttling. I've already noticed many of us progressive networks have actually been throttled on the internet. There are other ways to get at the independent media. So what we've been talking about is how do we get around the throttling? How do we get it? Throttling means that they don't allow your internet stream to get to all the places that it normally would get to. They make sure you don't get distributed widely. So what I'm telling every independent journalist right now, every independent media person, every average American citizen with a sphere of influence. And when I say a sphere of influence, you may not understand that you people, when you're on Facebook or Telegram or Instagram or TikTok or all these other platforms, you have a sphere of influence. And if your sphere of influence starts to grow, you could be throttled by one of the billionaires who owns many of these different platforms. Bezos as Amazon, the guy who owns Google, the guy who owns Facebook, Zuckerberg, etc. Notice they are moseying up to Trump right now. What happens when Trump says, hey, there's this person on your platform that has a lot of reach that's been giving me a hard time. And they don't have to do anything. They don't have to say anything. They just have to, from the coding point of view, ensure that your commentary doesn't get to a whole lot of people or to a group of people. So one of the things that we're telling folks right now, build your mailing list, build your telephone list, build all different forms of communicating that you have right now, because they can get some, they can't get all of them all of the time. But the networking of thousands of small people with spheres of influence is what we will need to do to defeat fascism that is led by Trump and the billionaire CEOs. Note his administration is being run by billionaires before it has even started. They have started sucking up. Continuing with Mr. Reich. Not to be outdone in the groveling department, Meta's Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg got a dinner invitation at Mar-a-Lago. Meta is putting $1 million into Trump's inaugural fund. Of course, you know, Bezos is as well from Amazon. It is an important time for the future of American innovation, Meta said in a statement. Mark was grateful for the invitation to join President Trump for dinner. Zuckerberg sought it. He sought it. It wasn't an invitation. He sought it. And the opportunity to meet with members of his team about the incoming administration. There's not a damn thing about innovation from the Trump administration. If we take a look at what Biden invested in both chips and technologies, etc., that is the administration that actually thought about investing in innovation, not Trump. Stephen Miller, Trump's incoming deputy chief of staff for policy, told Fox News that Zuckerberg has been very clear about his desire to be a supporter of and a participant in this change we're seeing all around America and the world with this reform movement that Donald Trump is leading. In his first administration, Trump accused Facebook of filtering out views favorable to him. He even called Zuckerberg to be jailed in retaliation for plotting against him during the 2020 election. Now, like Bezos, Zuckerberg has turned to fawning. During the campaign, he had several private phone calls with Trump. After the assassination attempt, Zuckerberg told Trump he was praying for him and told an interviewer Trump looked like a badass after pumping his fist to the crowd. I mean, these are CEOs. These are billionaires. They don't care about you. You are worried. You know, some of you get mad when I knock up these billionaires as parasitic fascist parasites that they are because they don't create anything. You do. And you get mad if we jump on them when they're abusing you with a smile. Elon Musk and half of Silicon Valley is kissing Trump's derriere, according to Mr. Reich. Last January, speaking from the World Economic Forum's confab in Davos, Jamie Dimon, chair and CEO of JP Morgan Chase, the largest and most profitable bank in the United States and one of the most influential CEOs in the world, heaped praise on Trump's policies while president the first time. Take a step back. Be honest, Dimon said. Trump was kind of right about NATO. Kind of right on immigration. He grew the economy quite well. Tax reform worked. That was out of the mouth of Jamie Dimon, a billionaire who claim to have a modicum of intelligence, who would like you to believe he's a truthful person, who would like you to believe that he knows what he's talking about. But here's the analysis. Remember, he heaped praises on Trump for immigration, economy, and more. Well, Robert Reich blew that apart. Here's what Robert Reich had to say. Kind of right about NATO? Trump wanted the U.S. to withdraw from the pact and may get his way after January 20th. This would open Europe further to Russian President Vladimir Putin's aggression. Kind of right about immigration? Even the conservative Cato Institute found that Trump reduced legal immigration, but not illegal immigration. He reduced legal immigration, but not illegal immigration. Trump refused to grant legal status to children of immigrants born in the United States or who grew up here, and tried to ban Muslims from the U.S. Grew the economy quite well. In fact, under Trump, the economy lost 2.9 million jobs. Even before the pandemic, job growth was slower than it's been under Biden. The unemployment rate increased by 1.6 percentage points to 6.3%. The international trade deficit that Trump promised to reduce increased. The number of Americans lacking health care increased by more than 3 million people. Come on, billionaires. We know that you don't care about middle class folks, but all the things we just mentioned affected middle class people. Tax reform worked. Trump tax cut conferred most of its benefits on big corporations and the rich, while exploding the federal debt from $14.4 trillion to $21.6 trillion. Why did Diamond, the most influential CEO in America, spout these lies in favor of Trump? Because he thought Trump had a good chance of becoming president, and Diamond wanted to be in his good graces. Folks, that is where we are at. That is where your executives are at. They don't give a damn about you. They go wherever they can moose up to ensure their billions continue to grow. Don't fall for the con. And to those who take offense when I talk about the capitalist system being a system that simply create parasites that get rich while everybody else works, that is a mathematical formula. Every system, we learned back when I did engineering at the University of Texas, we were able to model systems, mechanical systems, electrical systems, and hydraulic systems. They all have the same functionality when you put them all together. And the same happens with capitalism versus free enterprise, etc. They are all models, and you can all define the systems within the models and how it works. You can create a formula that governs that system, and the formula that governs the system called capitalism as practiced in the United States is a parasitic formula. Those who go to business school and run the system of the stock market and runs the systems of capitalization, etc., they are the ones that get the most out of the economy. They get rich, but they are the ones that produce nothing. The formula, their portion within the economic system is that portion that produces nothing. It's hard to understand after having been indoctrinated from birth in this country. But if you look at the mathematical formula governing capitalism, it is a parasitic formula. Unlike any other system, unlike a hydraulic system that is completely interdependent, unlike an electrical system that is completely interdependent, unlike a hydraulic system, a spring damper mechanical system. Folks, we have to have a media, an independent media that is willing to inform. I'll take my first call. Come on in, David.
Oh, morning, Egberto. You know, when I heard you talking about the corporate CEOs and their silence, it reminded me there's a book that came out, a biography of the old FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover. That book came out in the early 90s, and it described how Wall Street was being bought up by organized crime, and that J. Edgar Hoover knew it and really did nothing about it. And so it was, I think the book quotes that 2.5% of Wall Street sales were to organized crime. They were using all of their gambling money and their prostitution money and whatever to buy up Wall Street at 2.5% per year. Now, in 10 years' time, that would be 25% of Wall Street is owned by organized crime. And in 20 years, 50% of Wall Street. So there became a point, or I'm projecting here, that Wall Street CEOs are following the orders of organized crime. You know, follow the shareholders' demands. Well, if the shareholders are organized crime, then many major corporations are organized crime fronts. And the idea that we, the people, can give a business license to honest businesses or to organized crime is a real issue. And if the corporate CEOs, like you're noticing, are dead silent about bizarre behavior on the behalf of the people, I mean, the president is supposed to be working for us, right? Yeah. And if there's a nut at the helm, if there's a nut at the helm, that's pretty bad. But standing in the wings, of course, is J.D. Vance, part of Project 2025.
And put there by Thiel, remember, and actually installed into the Senate by the money from Thiel and installed into the vice presidency from the money from Thiel. That's a PayPal creator. Go ahead, my friend.
Sure. Well, I was just going to say, you know, the big solution, I think, is a part of it is at the local level that we, the people, have a county clerk, and that county clerk puts together the business licenses in that county. And that if one of these corporations is doing business in your county, the county clerk has the ability to yank their business license. And if that happens to Boeing in enough counties, if it happens to I like to go after Harlan Crow. There's a good Texan that should lose his business license. And in fact, that'd be a lot of land to seize, you know, as results of organized crime. So, yeah, I mean, but this can happen in Pawtuxet. It can happen in the mountains. It could happen at the beach, you know. These crooked corporations that are dead silent with obeying the whims of a crook. I mean, what's a real conservative? A real conservative would protect their assets. And you go straight to 1776 kind of writings. They did not want to be colonies. And a corporation is basically making colonies out of big parts of America. You know, it's sucking all of the, gas station down the corner, the Quickie Mart. All of these are corporate owned. And every month, all of that money that gets spent at that grocery store or at that gas station gets sucked out of town. So the towns have been going dry for, over a century. And, the idea that the business license is a linchpin.
I'm glad that you said there's something that you said that is extremely important. And I heard it. I don't remember who I heard mention it. It's like our government, our federal government is going to be a fully fascist federal government the way things are going right now. If you take a look, all the billionaires are the ones getting are important positions right now, and all the other billionaires not in the government are sucking up to Donald Trump. Here's the other thing. You just spoke about doing things locally. That is the advice that a lot of folks are starting to give, and that is to start taking over local control. And believe it or not, that is how the fascists have done it. when they started to take over the school boards, they started to take over these things on the local level. They built a repertoire, and ultimately they got enough people not to get 50% of the country, David, but to get enough of the country to win an election in a country that doesn't really have a democracy. But hey, David, I got a lot of calls I got to handle, so I appreciate your input, my brother. You have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah, same to you. And just a local idea, maybe you got a county town square kind of thing. Make a little Santa's workshop. Grandpa teaches kids how to make toys.
You nailed it. We are all, David, we are all in. We all have to. This has to be a participative democracy. We all are going to have to dig us out of the hole we have allowed ourselves to be thrown into. But thank you, Brother David. Let's go to Ray.
Oh.
Brother Ray, come on in, sir.
Yeah, Brother Egberto, top of the morning to you. Happy Tuesday. And I wanted to say I definitely appreciated how Jack opened up. I gave him a shout out when he had put me in the queue. I said, George Carlin would have been proud of that monologue, I believe.
Yes, he would.
And also, while you were talking about corporations, falling at the knees of, the one, King Trump, as, he would, quietly like to be referred to, or Führer Trump, It was very unfortunate and sad news when I heard, and actually before UX put out the clip with you and Mayor Mondale, I was shocked and really saddened. And I also want to speak out to one of my other PDR brothers, Brother Johnny. If you're listening, it might be time to rethink your opinion of, Cenk Uygur, because I admittedly voted for Cenk Uygur in the primary of the presidential election in 2024, foolishly thinking, he was a loud progressive voice, but here he is bending to the will, just like Morning Joe and Mika. They pretty much, Anna and Cenk are doing the same thing. And it's really sad because they were that voice. And Mondale said the same thing when he had that interview with you, It was basically they were tone deaf to the issues that were going to really be put on the forefront with the Trump presidency, hurting Black people the most. And, instead of, answering to that, Anna especially disappointed me when she went on Glenn Beck with that disgusting display she showed of basically pandering to the right. But,
can I interrupt you, Ray? Ray, I want to interrupt you because you mentioned something racial that I think bears repeat. And I think it's more important. And I want our white brothers and sisters to understand this. There is a certain fear when you know that the Führer that's in office now has the business community kowtowing to him, the religious community kowtowing to him, and you also are able to see the appointments that he's made, and you sit back and knowing this guy is definitely anti-you, there's a certain fear. Whereas some people can plausibly say, well, we'll just live through this 4 years and, so we'll kowtow to him for 4 years, etc. That is a material harm to many. And your empathy, I would urge, I had this discussion with the leader of a big alliance recently, when in effect, one of the advice that he was given was how can we really just go ahead and placate? And I had to explain to him, is there a whole group of people right now that are scared to death because they feel now that there is an administration that sanctions police brutality. And I am not a race baiter. I am not any of those things. I mean, like I said, my family is a very blended family. But for those in my family that look like me, they're scared to death. I remember back when Trayvon Martin was killed and he just the killer got let off. My then 16-year-old nephew, who is half black, half Mexican, and he's half black, Latino, Caribbean, half Mexican, called me up and said, Tio, where does that leave me? And my sister, his mother, wrote a piece for the LA Times, an entire piece pointing out that there are a whole lot of people now, because of this, feel clothless, feel like they have no clothes on. When you have a president who says, the first day we allow them to beat the crap out of those people, we know who those people are that he's talking about. Understand the fear that is in a whole lot of people right now. Because when my white brothers and sisters walk the streets, nobody knows if they are a Trumpist, a Republican, a MAGA. They don't know that. But when somebody like Ray walks in the street or I walk in the street, they make assumptions. And to many of us, the cops ain't no friend. And notice I didn't put a race onto cops. The cops we don't feel are our friends, especially under the tutelage of Donald Trump. Continue, Ray.
You hit the nail on the head. I mean, basically, every time I speak, as I say, violently, like yesterday, I speak from a place, like you said, of fear. I really feel like I'm like, every time I see, Eric Hayes say what he said, whether I'm talking about an economic issue or a social justice issue or a criminal justice issue, he's very tone deaf. And it's like he speaks from a place of white privilege, let's just be honest. And you allow people like him to have a platform. Of course, that's his freedom of speech. But, I sit here and say, yeah, you have freedom of speech, but I'm not going to allow you to let your freedom of speech literally, put a damper on what I am trying to do. Basically, you're going to keep your freedom of speech, but I'm put in a place where I feel attacked all the time. And that's what Mondale Robertson. I feel when America voted for Trump, that was a personal attack to me. I felt like my whole generation, my whole race was attacked. And when people like Eric Hayes says the things he says, well, I'm going to see you, Eric Hayes. We're going to fight it out. Not physically with fists, but we're going to fight. Because you're going to hear what I got to say. There'll be a time for that. But, Brother John, think twice about he's not the progressive we thought he is.
Bray, thank you very much. And by the way, I need to salute the folks in the chat. Clay Cooley says, enjoying the entertainment, wants to be added to my Discord. We'll do that, sir. Let's see. We also have Eric Hayes is in the chat. Mark Ali Curtis is in the chat.
I want to say one last thing. When you support Trump, you provoke violence. Period. End of story. That's all I got to say to you.
Thank you, brother. Glenn Ryan is in the chat. Melanie Keelan from Barcelona, Spain is in the chat. Mark Kelly Curtis is in the chat. Thank you guys for the vivid conversation in the chat. Okay, we have a lady on. Let's go to Melissa. Come on, Melissa.
Grand Rising, everyone. Grand Rising, Houston. I just wanted to give a quick word out here in these streets. The ACP program for AT&T. I think Xfinity's still trying to hold on to something, but the Congress, your Texas representatives just got rid of the ACP program that gives a discount benefit to any persons, any families making under $100,000 to have paid cheaper on your internet services. So when you were paying that $139, you didn't have to pay that if you signed up for this ACP program. But yeah, now that's gone.
Let me ask you, Melissa, let me see if I understand you correctly. I know that was, I think the Biden administration gave monies within the Relief Act for that. Are you saying that they're still getting that money and Texas decided not to use it for that any longer?
Yes.
Wow.
Correct. Texas took the access internet program to the right.
Well, I think it's something we need to publicize, and thank you very much for that, Melissa. Melissa, go ahead.
If you call AT&T, they're going to say call your Congress to bring the program back, but they got stripped of their right to offer that program.
Oh, I'm so glad that you tell me that. I need to research that, my sister. I appreciate that. And I hope you're going to be coming on sometime this week to talk about Kwanzaa.
3 p.m. I'm gonna get with you.
All right. Thank you very much, Melissa. Have a great one. All right. Let's go to, I kind of lost my train. Let me look at the times here. Let's go to Patrick. Come on in, Patrick.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Hey, you don't have Trump drainage syndrome, but I can tell you what you do have.
Tell me, brother.
A heart.
Oh, I love you, man. You don't know how much. Thank you. Let's go. Continue.
Now, all right. For the first caller, a little bit off topic, but it's interesting that people do weaponize our stock market. We had to stop Iran, and we didn't stop them until they had over $1 trillion invested, and they were investing that to hold it somewhat like hostage. That if they were to withdraw it all at one time, it would crash our markets. I'm told that the different Mexican cartels have a ton of money in the stock market. So yes, the stock market is weaponized, and these CEOs will do whatever they think will increase that stock price until they leave, and then they're going to take as much as they can, and they're going to even screw over their investors. But until then, they're going to listen to their investors, and they're going to do whatever they want. So the stock market's weaponized. Next, I was hoping to ask Bart a question. Trump came out very, very casually and said, well, you know, those grocery prices, I guess I'm not going to be able to do anything with them. And the thing with Trump is that if he really cares about something and he can't get it done, he's gonna throw out all these wild excuses and say that he was sabotaged and things. What that tells me is he never intended to, and he didn't care. He doesn't care about what you're spending at the grocery store. Well, you probably do something, but it's important for everybody to understand and learn right now that there's about 3% of the population in our country that dictate prices. It has nothing to do with government. It has nothing to do with you or me, and it has nothing to do with the way we vote. They set a price based on how badly they think they can squeeze. And that's the system that we have.
It's called capitalism. That's called capitalism.
Yeah, so when you're voting for a president over grocery prices, you're a fool.
All right. Thank you very much, Patrick. My lines are filled up and I got to get moving. So thank you, my brother. I'll see you at 3. Let's go to Bruce. Come on in, Bruce.
Yeah, good morning, Alberto. I want to speak about corporations. When the country was founded, there weren't major corporations. There were small companies, silversmiths, horseshoers, farmers, etc. With corporations, if somebody's rising through the ranks of a corporation, he's going to think, well, I'm a good guy. I go to church, give to charity. I should take that CEO job. But when he gets there, he's like, well, this decision is not one I like, but it's for the company, for the corporation. I have to make it. and he makes decisions he would normally not make. With time, he doesn't even know his personality changes. It changes him into something he originally wasn't. People hide behind the corporate shield.
Yes.
If someone in a corporation sends a worker down into a vat to clean it out and the worker dies from fumes, the corporation gets some bad publicity, but no individuals are held accountable. A corporation is held accountable, pay a fine or whatever, but that individual gets off because he hides behind a corporate shield, and that is wrong. That CEO I just brought up, personality changes to where he becomes something that earlier in his life he would think was despicable, and he doesn't even realize he's changed.
Bruce, let me just tell you that you nailed it, Bruce, because that is one of the reasons with Move to Amend, we were working on the 28th Amendment that says corporations are not people and money is not speech. And why do we say corporation is not people? Because you nailed it when you say they hide the crime behind the veil of the corporations. And since you can't put a corporation in jail, all you can do is fine a corporation. Continue, Bruce. I got to go to another person real quick.
Can I say one quick thing? One quick thing. Trump is showing himself to be the south end of a northbound horse. That's all about it.
Thank you, brother. You have a wonderful rest of your day. Let's go to Augie. Come on in, Augie.
Good morning. Well, originally I was going to talk about how the media, is being bought up by these billionaires. And I remember these Trump supporters, they talked about how good it was back in the 50s and 60s when that Walter Cronkite and all these, and Dan Rather and all these other commentators. But they forget, they talk about the truth, not opinions, not hate, but facts. And Walter Cronkite would end his show with, and that's the way it is. And they're talking about facts and truth. If they made a mistake in saying something, on the next show, they would say, "Oh, we made a mistake, and I was wrong." Fox News never does that. In fact, the cable channel, they're known for lying. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity were sued for lying, and Sean Hannity was even told on one show that he was on by the producer when they went to break that he had lied, and the producer told Sean Hannity, see, when they come back on the air, you got to correct it. So when they came back on the air, Sean Hannity said, "Well, yeah, I was wrong, what I said right before the commercial." But at the end of the show, he said, "Well, I might have been wrong, but I was right to tell you a lie." And at the end of the show, and people still follow all these guys that really are working against the people, their listeners. And that's what the Nazis did with Goebbels. He handled their communication. And the business people back then in Germany thought they could handle Hitler. Boy, they were wrong. And then they helped Hitler. Ford here helped Hitler. IBM helped Hitler here in the United States. Yeah.
Hey, my brother, I got to run. I got 8 minutes left and 6 people. So thank you very much for that, Augie. As usual, great insight.
But I want to send out a greeting to a friend of mine, Mark. He said he'd be listening here to you. And okay, Mark and Kristen, thanks for listening to the show. And thanks, Egberto, for all you do.
Well, Augie, thank you very much for being one of our great listeners and supporters. Okay, let's jump to a new person, Spike. Come on in, Spike.
Wow. Hey, how you doing? You say a new person. That's all right. Hey,
no. Okay, I recognize your voice now. Sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm the same Spike.
Okay.
But hey, this is what I want to say. See, we looking at Donald Trump, saying he want to be the king. He the king, bowing down to him and everything. But what we're not looking at, and then we going by what we're given over the news, over the media. We're myself, Donald Trump is a servant. He's a servant to Russia. Nikita Khrushchev made the statement, I believe it was back in 1926 or something, that Russia will control America without firing one shot.
Wow.
And they'll control it from within.
You know, Spike, I hadn't heard that one, but wow, that's really interesting, isn't it?
And you need to check. You need to check that out.
I will.
Go to your computer and check that out.
I'll do that, brother.
That is what is going on.
Hey, Spike. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, and I appreciate your brevity. Oh, so I was going to jump to Betty. Betty, we lost you. Come back in. Call back in, Betty. Thank you, Spike. Betty, we lost you. As soon as I get you back on, I'll put you right up in front. But let's go ahead and go to Johnny as I wait for Betty. Oh, Betty, let's go to Johnny. Come on in, Johnny.
Okay, so real quickly, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before that, I posted a comment on the ABC's YouTube channel, ABC TV YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. They're titled, called Senator Mitt Romney Delivers His Farewell Address on the Senate Floor. Yes. And for the first time ever since I've been posting comments on YouTube, before I was done with my last two sentences, a box message flashed up on my screen asking me if I wanted to change any of my language. And they said it in a real friendly way. And they had some of my note printed right there in the box, but it wasn't anywhere near offensive. The most offensive thing I had in there was I called Ted Cruz a pussy because Romney was a hypocrite, and no better than Ted pussy Ted Cruz. So I posted it anyway. I declined. I ignored the box and I hit enter, and the message went through as far as I know. But I don't know if it's still there. So that'd be interesting for me to go back and look and see if it's still there.
Well, let me tell you what can happen there. What they're warning you about is they're saying maybe you could get a community hit. A community hit is when a whole lot of folks go ahead and hit your comment, and you have organizations that's what they do on Facebook. They try to diminish your thing, or they try to get you a strike, or they do all that kind of trickery on YouTube. So it could easily be discarded. But hey, Johnny, I'm sorry I messed up on time today. I got to get 3 people in 3 minutes. So thank you, my brother.
Okay, just real quickly, the jury is still out on Cenk Uygur.
All right, have a good one. I'll let you and Ray fight that out. Let's go to Betty. Come on in, Betty. Real quick,
Good morning, Alberto. I'm on a ramble. What I stood for, my reputation, my love, my all, is kind of empty. Going to be the next 4 years, but I'm not going to be a barfly.
Yes.
People, you are not PG. That means pregnant. And the people on the school board now, they are Harper Valley PTA now. Anyway, we need to bring it home. You cannot live other lives for them. Love you, Alberto. Bye-bye.
Love you too, Betty. Thank you very much. Let's go to Brother Derek. Come on in, Derek.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to say this, Alberto, and I want everybody to think about this. Look, I heard Ray this morning, and I'm hearing a lot from a bunch of Spanish brothers and sisters. Look, let me tell y'all something. Y'all do not fear Trump. Bob Marley said it correctly. The biggest man you ever did see was just a baby at one time. And I want to say to the Spanish people, look here, tell them, send me back. Because if you do that, just remember, you educated me. You gave me some of the best knowledge that I can go back and build a reality for myself and my people. And I'm going to make sure I remember my friends, and I'm going to make sure I remember my enemies. You go back and build a bigger reality than what the United States have given to you. Thanks, Alberto.
Okay, Derek, I want to stop here a minute for because I had this conversation with a whole lot of folks that are originally from Mexico who actually had friends, Mexican friends that voted for Trump, and I want to let you know. Okay, first of all, just like you and I don't want everybody to categorize us based or stereotype us, let's make sure not to stereotype Latinos, but specifically our Mexican brothers and sisters and Cuban brothers and sisters, because a lot of them, in fact, in many areas, most of them did the right thing. So I just want us to remember in building our bridges that we have to work together and all this stuff. And don't let the media, and this is for you, my brother Derek, the media is a very big divider. Let's not allow them to do that, because they're going to put people in. Say that again, sir?
I say, of course they are.
Right. Okay. So thank you, brother.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you, brother. I got to jump to Brian. He only gets about 45 seconds. Come on in, Brian.
Good morning, everyone. It's real foggy outside, so be careful driving. Now, what your media is not going to tell you is Biden decided to sell off the remainder of the border wall. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, Eric Hayes in our chat has been talking a whole lot about that. It seems like that's yet another right wing thing that's out there. You know, you know what I really hope? I really hope at some time the hysteria that the right wing media does to people like you and Eric would cease. I really hope at some point that'll happen.
I only had 45 seconds. I only have 45 seconds, right? So you
go ahead. Go.
Okay, yeah. Now, there's somebody listening to this program that was quite happy that a man was shot and killed because he was the CEO of a healthcare company. He was quite happy to talk about it. I find that disgusting that a man lost his life for doing a job.
Okay, let me first of all, I don't agree with that, but let me ask you this. Hold on. Okay, you made your point. I want you to answer my question now. I don't condone what happened to Brian Thompson, okay? But don't you acknowledge that Brian Thompson got a lot of people killed? He was killed, but he got a lot of people killed. Don't you acknowledge that? Yes or no?
I do not.
Okay, good. Have a great day. Brian, have a great day. Have a great day, Brian, because again, like I said, indoctrination, I can't do much about it. Thank you, brother. Anyway, let's go to the studio.
Nothing here. What you got, Jack? Jack says nut. Take it home,
folks. All right. Love you all. And I mean that from the depths of my heart. Finish the program. The program is finished at politicsandright.com/newsletter. Politicsandright.com/newsletter. I got to get out of here. My name is Egberto Willis. This is Politics and Right. And you guys know how I end this baby. I am what? Out. Support for this show, Politics and Right, comes from politicsandright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willis.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willis. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you...
Well, folks, welcome to one more edition of Politics and Right. I'm Egberto Willis, your host. Thank you so kindly for being a part of the show. We are going to have a great show for you as usual. Let's see. Okay, Blue Sky is up, I think. Let me check. Oh, I didn't press enter. All right, Blue Sky's up. Blue Sky's up now. All right, let's see what we got. Welcome aboard, my dear brothers and sisters. Who's in the house? Yvette Avery Herod from Atlanta, Georgia is in the house. We have Paul Fleming from Powder Springs, Georgia in the house. We have AVQ from Brooklyn, New York in the house. And as people join in, we will call you out. We have Rachel Derenancourt says, when the kids were saying eat the rich during the Occupy movement, I was not being rich isn't a crime. I was like, no, being rich isn't a crime. Now I know these people are trash, straight trash. They have no decency. Okay. Let me hear exactly which kids are trash. Let's see. Now I know these people are trash. Who do you mean specifically are trash, Rachel Derencourt? I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. So please let me know exactly who you mean. Welcome aboard, Joe. Joe from LA. I think it's Los Angeles, right, Joe? If I'm wrong, correct me. You know, I don't mind being corrected. If I'm LA, there you go. Hello, Joe from LA. You are from, in fact, LA, our sister Joe. Let's see what we got here. Bear with me a second. I'm a little bit behind. I'm trying to get all our stuff up and running. Come on, guys. Let me get that up to the right domain. That you're there. And I need to click on you maybe after 4 seconds. And here we go. And we are officially estamos puesto. Joe from Los Angeles. Eric Hayes from Kingwood, Texas. Paul Fleming, LA. Lee Grant from Montgomery County. Patrick Magner from Houston. Lee the Bearcat. Yo, he says. But I don't know where you're from. Let me know where you're from. And then we can talk. Anyway, folks, we're going to have a great show for you today. Let's see what Radnin have in store. Reuters, third tanker sends distress call as oil washes up on Russia's Black Sea coast. Spilled oil has washed up along the 10 kilometers of the Russian Black Sea coast after 2 tankers were badly damaged in a storm at the weekend, a regional official said on Tuesday, and state media said a third ship was now in trouble. The ships Volgoneft 109, Volgoneft 212 were both more than 50 years old, were carrying some 9,200 metric ton or 62,000 barrels of oil in total, raising fears it would become one of the largest environmental disasters to hit the region in years. Deemed an accident following a winter storm, so many dead birds caught in the slick. Cleanup efforts have begun. The video included is heartbreaking. I'll look at that later on. Newsweek, Russian regions declare state of emergency after tankers split. Oh, they split in half. Madre mia. All right. Macaron also said, Berto, can you play this minute-long video from Blue Sky? A bird found on the beach. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. You know, sometimes you want to... Let's see if I can go ahead and get that out here for you, Radnin. Let's put that here. And, how did that caption come out incorrectly? I'm going to have to fix that when I play the next video. That caption for the show today is incorrect, but I'll get that fixed. Let's see the video. Where is the video, Mr. Radnin? I think you pointed to the wrong link in the chat. Go ahead and fix it up in the chat. Let me see if that is going to come out with a good one or not. Okay, there it is. Okay, I see it. Let's go ahead and put that video on the screen now. Okay, let's see if I can get that video on the screen. We'll go here. Remember, I got all this stuff fixed, so now it should be okay. I think I got all this stuff fixed, so it should be okay now. Let's go ahead and get it started.
Видите, что происходит с уткой? Она вся в нефти придала. Как тебе? Скажи мне, что с тобой? У тебя все в нефти превратится. Как с тобой? Все. Птица обречена на гибель. Я виноват. Честно. Как вот, что вот теперь с ней сделать? Даже помочь не знаю как. Все в нефти, вот все везде, все черное. Вот и первое.
Yeah, now cleaning up during a war is not going to be an easy thing at all. It's not going to be easy at all. Okay, let's see. Rachel Darenport says, when the kids were... Oh, I read that one already, and I was asking her to specify who Trash was. Patrick Magner is in the house from Houston. Welcome, Patrick. And we also have coming in, para ver. Anybody else? I don't see. Okay. Paul Fleming says, Trump says he wants to privatize USPS because it's unprofitable. Reminder that the post office isn't for-profit enterprise, nor should it be. It's a public service that guarantees everyone in America reliable, affordable, and universal mail service. Again, when you talk about these confounded businessmen. Remember, these people have no heart, no soul. They have no social they have no social center at all. They just think about mighty capital. Remember that. Once you remember that, things become rather easy. Okay, what else have we got here? Let me see what else have we got here. Let's see. I'm scrolling down. The kids are not trash. Thank you very much, Rachel. I didn't think that's what you're saying, but I wasn't sure. The rich, selfish bastards are trash. The kids are right. Yeah, because again, if you take a look at how they got rich, this isn't rich envy or anything like that. This is because these are parasites that got wealthy off of the backs of all of us. And what behooves me is all these people that protect these guys thinking that somehow they are going to be wealthy too. Well, in the aggregate, they won't. And the reason they won't is in the aggregate, most Americans are good people. So they won't do the things that these evil beings did to get rich. Hello, Ray. How you doing, my brother? Nice to see you here. Ray from Houston, Texas. Skippy the Brat. I wonder how filthy the Black Sea is after 40,000 years of people living around it, not to mention the Soviet Union and Russia. Good point. We also have AVQ says, all that black oil covering the beach, the birds are struggling. A lot of them will die. Bridge MCP says, Egberto Maga and Rump always saying how great Rump was on border. Look at the numbers screen. Look, I spoke about it today, and you're going to hear it in the piece that I have. Let's go ahead and put that, though. There's nothing like facts, right? But let me just say this, Bridge. These facts that you just put out there are good. And it's good that we're going to put it here. Understand that we have a few MAGA in our chat, or friends, that are immutable. It does not matter what evidence you bring them. They don't get it. They choose to be willfully ignorant. And that's not an insult. That's a statement of fact, because if you take a look at those numbers, it tells you everything, right? Under Donald Trump in 2016, look at what the numbers were. Under Biden in 2023 and 2020 or 2024, look at what the numbers are. It's again, but they don't want to acknowledge that, right? They don't want to acknowledge that. And the reason why they don't want to acknowledge that is because it puts all of their fallacies when they say, well, we voted for Trump because we voted for the ex-con. We voted for the guy the judge called a rapist. We voted for the guy that stole money from his employees. We voted for the guy that hold women by their crutches. We voted for that guy because, after all, he was going to give us a good economy, good immigration, etc. And as we can see, that is definitely far from the fact. Was there an explosion in immigration in 21, 22, and 23? Yeah. But policies were passed to mitigate it. Obama was hired by look, we get it. So you're absolutely right, Bridge MCP. Thank you for bringing that. Let's see what else we got here. Para ver. No, that's not what it says. It doesn't say Trump needs to up his numbers. What you see is what Bridge was trying to show in that thing are twofold. The increase in immigration started with Trump. If you take a look, okay, let's teach people how to read graphs, Bridge MCP. Let me see if my arrow works. Yeah, my arrow works. If you take a look at Obama, it was just under 1 million, and we start coming down. Obama's trend is down. He comes in 2017. That is Trump. And what starts to happen under Trump? The trend is up. Biden comes in. We have instances of the what we spoke about several times in Venezuela, Haiti, Haiti, and all these other places, we get this big spike as a result of that, of course. And then what Biden does, he starts to bring it down. So while Biden trend line was down, Donald Trump's trend line was up. It's important that you learn how to read graphs and trends. Obama's trend line was down after inheriting from the Republican Bush. Look at it. That was Bush, where Obama started. And he consistently brought it down because Obama was actually called the deporter in chief because he deported so many people. Look at that trend from Obama going down. Comes into office, Mr. Trump. The trend starts to go up. It continues up with Biden. And as Biden is fixing the problem that Trump started, that increase again, look at that increase. It starts to come down and he brings it down. Trump not once brought it down. Again, look at the trends. Trump not once brought it down. Biden brought it down. So we have to learn how to read graphs. We should learn how to read graphs. And I for the people that are on, let me go ahead and for the people that are on Substack who can only see the middle, let me put it out there. As you can see, when Obama came into office from Bush, it was way up. Obama brought the trend down over his 8 years. Here comes a power, Mr. Trump, with all this hoopla, and he started the trend up, continuing with Biden. Of course, we had a lot of things with Biden as far as Venezuela, Haiti, etc. And then you see Biden's trend coming down. It's that simple, right? It's that simple. Graphs, if you're going to read graphs, understand it. Okay. All right, let's continue with what our peeps are saying. We have para ver. Joe says, is narcissism combined with sadism? A pure narcissist wouldn't be so self-harming. Add sadism. Now the ledger balance, it's not evil. It's the most terrible human behavior. I don't believe in evil. Well, you don't have to believe in evil, Joe. My term of evil, I think, defines what you're talking about, right? So, it's how to use the word. Skippy the Brat says, and let's not forget that they had a border deal ready to go, but Trump killed it because he needed the issue to run on. Exactly. Joe says, human behavior can be so terrible, we don't need mystical terms like evil, unfortunately. I get it, but not everybody who uses the words evil means it in the mystical form. So remember that as we speak to each other, let's not become a word police that says, when you use that particular word, that's the only thing you can mean. Because I am from another culture, and that culture, that word evil wouldn't take on any kind of mystic thing relative to the Bible or not. Evil just mean you're just a damn bad person, period. Okay. Michael Radner says, Breach, Democrats ceded the immigration policy to the right wing. Obama and Biden deported more than Trump did. And the messaging from both establishment Democrats and all Republicans was always to get harsher on the southern border. Personally, I want to hire more social workers to do rapid vetting of immigrants and refugees, making sure they are not terrorists, and then let them all in, settle them, use their skills, could be marketable. Of course, their skills are definitely marketable because they have skills. A lot of things that we don't have here in the United States. All right, let's see. Rachel Darencourt says increase in immigration during Trump was because Republicans stopped economic aid to many countries in South and Central America. They were desperate, not to speak about what our corporations did in Central America. Let's look at places like Guatemala, where they established their own little countries in Guatemala. Yeah, we don't read about that here, of course. Let's see what else. Lee Grant says we need a chart showing % illegal immigrants in the population over the past 8 years. That's not an important number at all. Bridge MCP said Mexico and the U.S. worked together to cut the flow, and they did. As for selling parts of wall, they have been for years. Texas got most of it. It was just laying around because Trump never built it. Bannon and his scam for the wall got him in prison. Now Trump is again going to build wall. He never did it in the first place. Melody Keelan from Barcelona, Spain is in the house. welcome and happy to see you, our great Melanie from Barcelona, Spain. Let's see. Joe says, I get using evil also. I am just wary of it because then people think they could never do anything so bad. Awareness, and I meant no offense. Oh, no, beautiful Joe. I never take offense. I know exactly what you're saying. I just wanted to impart to the rest of the people that, because a lot of folks use that word without the mystic intent. So I just wanted to make folks, kind of lay that out there. But no, let me tell you something, sis. You can tell me anything, and you'll always be my sis. I mean, I asked Bridge MCP. Sometimes Bridge MCP look at me and tell me, Egberto, you're getting on my nerves. Don't do X, Y, and Z. Or she would text me and give me a piece of her mind. She understands that we are all a team here. We are all the PDR posse. All right. Rachel Darren Nuncourt says, also, the U.S. could have had a sound immigration policy during the Obama administration. Ted Kennedy wanted this before he died. The Republicans wanted no immigration from Spanish-speaking countries. Exactly. And they just bust the Ukrainians in, right past all those brown people coming from the South and those black folks coming from Haiti. It's amazing, right? There you go. That's hilarious. I just mansplained. Yeah, girl, you just mansplained me. Notice what I'm saying, right? Notice what I'm saying. You get the joke, right? Anyhow, I got a video for you guys. Of course, I don't have it loaded. I just cleaned it up. It's a video I did this morning at KPFT. Actually, it's my soliloquy at KPFT. But I always clean it up for the 3:00 show, and I want to play that if I can find it, and I know I can. Guys, I was so late. I don't even have the Daily Kos feed up yet. So while this is playing, I'm going to get the daily feed, the Daily Kos feed up. So wait a minute, where is the darn thing? I can't find the file now. Come on, file, where are you? I know I processed you. So where are you? Let me make sure I did, in fact, process. Yeah, it says you're processed. It says you're processed. And let me see, where are you, though? Are you in PDR files? Yes, you are. So why can't I find you? Spineless, where are you? Spineless, I'm looking for you. Guys, it's one person running the program here. So sometimes I have some issues finding the files that I need to play. But we're going to find it. I am going to will that file into fruition. All right. So where are you? There you go. I found it. Okay. Check this out. We'll take it on the other side. Let me clean that up. Here we go. Robert Reich wrote a piece. He called it Spineless, Greedy CEOs Are Lining Up to Lick Trump's Backside. At a time in American history when the most influential leaders of the U.S. need to stand up loudly and clearly for the rule of law, democracy, and decency, they're leading the charge in the opposite direction. Yes, those are the CEOs, but we never said CEOs were strong. We never said CEOs had a lot of steers. What CEOs are the masters of capitalism. They are the masters of the particular economic structure that we have that makes the few a lot of money. Anyone recall the time in the late summer of 2017 when prominent CEOs resigned from U.S. President Donald Trump's business councils in protest at his defense of white nationalists who marched in Charlottesville after Trump called them very fine people? I thought America's CEOs might become a bulwark against Trump's extremism, but I was wrong. So says Robert Reich. Within months, the CEOs were seeking to get back into Trump's good graces. After the insurrection unleashed by Trump against the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, many CEOs announced they wouldn't be financing the campaigns of election deniers. CEOs of prominent social media banned Trump from appearing. I hoped their actions would limit Trump's fanaticism and Trump's growing MAGA movement. I was wrong, says Robert Reich. Within 2 years, the CEOs were financing the campaigns of election deniers. Within 3 years, prominent social media were allowing Trump to return to their platform and retell his lies. I digress. Yesterday, as I'm writing my 3 o'clock show, I look on the screen and there was Trump giving news conference. And it was deja vu all over again. And for my brothers and sisters that are MAGA listening, I promise you, I do not suffer from the Trump derangement syndrome. I don't have TDS. What I have is whenever someone is overtly lying, that's one thing. When they're overtly lying to a group of journalists and the journalists are just sitting down, taking this stuff in, and we know that the journalists know that he's lying, but they're allowing it to go over their airwaves unchallenged. And at the same time, in that regards, fool people into, well, if the journalists are there and they don't object to what he's saying, they don't correct what he's saying, they don't point out that he's a liar as he is saying it, then it is new food. It's new energy for MAGA because they don't know any better. For the average American citizen, they don't know any better. They're working, taking care of their kids. Their job isn't to do what the journalist's job is to do. We have a fourth estate for a reason. We have journalism for a reason, to keep all else in check. When you have politicians lying, they should be out there telling the American people Donald Trump is lying. And that didn't occur yesterday on his long, drawn out press conference. And I sat there listening and my blood started boiling. And I'm like, it's not America's fault that this guy got reelected. Journalism, it's your fault because you give what he says plausibility with your dereliction of duty. Anyway, continuing with Robert Wright. I confess to having had a moment's thought during the last 8 months that Trump's conviction on 34 criminal counts in Manhattan, his civil conviction for defamation in connection with what a judge termed rape, and his disgraceful nativism, describing poorer nations as a shit holes, using terms redolent of Nazism to describe foreigners as poisoning the blood of Americans, and baselessly accusing Haitians immigrants of eating our pets might force CEOs to rethink their willingness to give Trump a pass. No such luck. Amazon's founder and chief, Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, had a rocky relationship with Trump in the first Trump administration. Angry with Bezos over unfavorable reporting in the Post, Trump questioned whether Amazon got a sweetheart deal with the U.S. Postal Service. Amazon, in turn, accused Trump of improperly pressuring the Pentagon to deny the company a major cloud computing contract. Bezos apparently learned his lesson after Trump was shot at a campaign event. Bezos called him on social media, praise Trump's grace and courage under literal fire. That's what the man came close to death. A bullet aimed at him missed and hit his ear. I was in Baltimore when this occurred. I was doing Netroots. And, I saw all the memes that really were like, dang, he missed. I never wanted that bullet to hit. Donald Trump is a horrendously terrible, evil person. But I thought that taking that guy out would be two things. One, it would be a disgrace to the person who did it. Why would you stoop to that level for this guy? And secondly, we want the ballot box to be the place that rules our politics. Our politics ruled by the ballot box. Bezos didn't allow the Post editorial board to endorse Vice President Kamala Harris for president. So the editorial board that is supposed to be independent, Bezos, as owner of the paper, says you cannot print that endorsement of Kamala Harris saying that Kamala Harris was the better choice for the presidency. That is fascism, folks. When you start to change the behavior of the private sector, when you start to change the behavior of the media because of that leader, that is fascism. Industry, journalism, and all facets of your economy being modified to suit the will of your Führer, that is fascism. We're living it. It has already started. We are living fascism, folks. And it creeps up on you. And right now, I can still be on air saying the things that I'm saying. I digress from the piece right now to point this out. I've been in conference calls and et cetera about what's going to happen when the media or if the media eventually caves in. And then the independent media is pretty much forced out in many different ways. You don't have to be forced out by somebody coming to your station with a gun and arresting you. You can be forced out in the new media's way of using the internet by throttling. I've already noticed many of us progressive networks have actually been throttled on the internet. There are other ways to get at the independent media. So what we've been talking about is how do we get around the throttling? How do we get throttling means that they don't allow your internet stream to get to all the places that it normally would get to. They make sure you don't get distributed widely. So what I'm telling every independent journalist right now, every independent media, every average American citizen with a sphere of influence. And when I say a sphere of influence, you may not understand that people, when you're on Facebook or Telegram or Instagram or TikTok or all these other platforms, you have a sphere of influence. And if your sphere of influence starts to grow, you could be throttled by one of the billionaires who owns many of these different platforms. Bezos as Amazon, Green, the guy who owns Google, the guy who owns Facebook, Zuckerberg, etc. Notice they are moseying up to Trump right now. What happens when Trump says, hey, there's this person on your platform that a lot of reach has been giving me a hard time. And they don't have to do anything. They don't have to say anything. They just have to, from the coding point of view, ensure that your commentary doesn't get to a whole lot of people or to a group of people. One of the things that we're telling folks right now, build your mailing list, build your telephone list, build all different forms of communicating that you have right now. Because they can get some, they can't get all of them all of the time. But the networking of thousands of small people with spheres of influence is what we will need to do to defeat fascism that is led by Trump and the billionaire CEOs. Note his administration is being run by billionaires before it has even started. They have started sucking up. Continuing, not to be outdone in the groveling department, Meta's Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg got a dinner invitation at Mar-a-Lago. Meta is putting $1 million into Trump's inaugural fund. Of course, Bezos is as well from Amazon. It is an important time for the future of American innovation, Meta said in a statement. Mark was grateful for the invitation to join President Trump for dinner. Zuckerberg sought it. He sought it. It wasn't an invitation. He sought it. And the opportunity to meet with members of his team about the incoming administration. There's not a damn thing about innovation from the Trump administration. If we take a look at what Biden invested in both chips and technologies, etc., that is the administration that actually thought about investing in innovation, not Trump. Stephen Miller, Trump's incoming deputy chief of staff for policy, told Fox News that Zuckerberg has been very clear about his desire to be a supporter of and a participant in this change we're seeing all around America and the world with this reform movement that Donald Trump is leading. In his first administration, Trump accused Facebook of filtering out views favorable to him. He even called Zuckerberg to be jailed in retaliation for plotting against him during the 2020 election. Now, like Bezos, Zuckerberg has turned to fawning. During the campaign, he had several private phone calls with Trump. After the assassination attempt, Zuckerberg told Trump he was praying for him and told an interviewer Trump looked like a badass after pumping his fist to the crowd. These are CEOs. These are billionaires. They don't care about you. Some of you get mad when I knock up these billionaires as parasitic fascist parasites that they are. Because they don't create anything, you do. And you get mad if we jump on them when they're abusing you with a smile. Elon Musk and half of Silicon Valley is kissing Trump's derriere, according to Mr. Reich. Last January, speaking from the World Economic Forum's Confab in Davos, Jamie Dimon, chair and CEO of JP Morgan Chase, the largest and most profitable bank in the United States and one of the most influential CEOs in the world, heaped praise on Trump's policies while president the first time. Take a step back, be honest, Dimon said. Trump was kind of right about NATO. Kind of right on immigration. He grew the economy quite well. Tax reform worked. That was out of the mouth of Jamie Dimon, a billionaire who claimed to have a modicum of intelligence, who would like you to believe he's a truthful person, who would like you to believe that he knows what he's talking about. But here's the analysis. Remember, he heaped praises on Trump for immigration, economy, and more. Robert Reich blew that apart. Here's what Robert Reich had to say. Kind of right about NATO? Trump wanted the U.S. to withdraw from the pact and may get his way after January 20th. This would open Europe further to Russian President Vladimir Putin's aggression. Kind of right about immigration? Even the conservative Cato Institute found that he reduced legal immigration, but not illegal immigration. Trump refused to grant legal status to children of immigrants born in the United States or who grew up here and tried to ban Muslims from the U.S. Grew the economy quite well. In fact, under Trump, the economy lost 2.9 million jobs. Even before the pandemic, job growth was slower than it's been under Biden. Unemployment rate increased by 1.6 percentage points to 6.3%. The international trade deficit that Trump promised to reduce increased. The number of Americans lacking health care increased by more than 3 million people. Come on, billionaires. We know that you don't care about middle class folks, but all the things we just mentioned affected middle class people. Tax reform worked. Trump tax cut conferred most of its benefits on big corporations and the rich, while exploding the federal debt from $14.4 trillion to $21.6 trillion. Why did Dimon, the most influential CEO in America, spout these lies in favor of Trump? Because he thought Trump had a good chance of becoming president, and Dimon wanted to be in his good graces. Folks, that is where executives are at. They don't give a damn about you. They go wherever they can moose up to ensure their billions continue to grow. Don't fall for the con. And to those who take offense when I talk about the capitalist system being a system that simply create parasites that get rich while everybody else works, that is a mathematical formula. Every system, we learned back when I did engineering at the University of Texas, we were able to model systems, mechanical systems, electrical systems, and hydraulic systems. They all have the same functionality when you put them all together. And the same happens with capitalism versus free enterprise, etc. They are all models, and you can all define the systems within the models and how it works. You can create a formula that governs that system, and the formula that governs the system called capitalism as practiced in the United States is a parasitic formula. Those who go to business school and run the system of the stock market and runs the systems of capitalization, etc., they are the ones that get the most out of the economy. They get rich, but they are the ones that produce nothing. The formula, their portion within the economic system is that portion that produces nothing. It's hard to understand after having been indoctrinated from birth in this country. But if you look at the mathematical formula governing capitalism, it is a parasitic formula. Folks, we have to have a media, an independent media that is willing to inform. Absolutely so, folks. Absolutely so. We have to have a media that must have a media that truly, truly informs. So yeah, folks, that's what we're talking about here. Capitalism. And if you see what these guys, the CEOs, are doing. All right, let me go back to your chats right now. Para ver. Yeah, I noticed that with Snopes, Michael. It's not only Snopes that's doing this, and they've done it before. Everybody is trying to clean up for Trump. But you know what they act like, Michael? They act like we don't have videos of what Trump says. They act like we don't have the policies that Trump passed. It is the biggest snow job there is. It's almost like clean the record up because America has elected a felon. So we wanted it to kind of look like it really wasn't a felon that we got elected, that it was just politics. No, it wasn't just politics. We elected a deviant. We elected somebody that doesn't respect women. We elected somebody that talks about grabbing women by their private parts. We elected somebody that created fraudulent 501c3s, profits, and stole from his nonprofit. He created a false university and stole the people's monies, and that's why he had to pay them back $25 million. Yes, we elected a tax cheat. Yes, we elected a liar who overvalued his homes in order to rip banks off. And people say, well, that's a victimless crime. No, if a bank lends more money to Trump than he deserves, what that means is other people who need loans from that particular bank won't get it because, again, he took what is not his fair share. But isn't that what the corporatocracy always do? Take what's not their fair share. And we have so many people that are out there ready to defend these guys that says, could you kick me a little harder? Kick me again, please. I'll be your sucker. Madre mia carajo. But you know what? As we speak together, we educate each other, and except for those that are, again, prejudiced and just can't see past that prejudice, others will be sufficiently, I don't want to condescending, but others will be educated. Because we have good people in here like Bridge MCP, Rudnin, and Joe, and that are out there, and Ray out there being real. And E2247, being real. All right, let's see. Mike, I actually put the net neutrality article that I wrote in there. Let me put that on the screen. I did that a while back when the fight for net neutrality was on. So I co-wrote this article with Kian Bliss when at the time we were working on 28th Amendment, move to amend. So we've been working on this net neutrality for a long time. Check out that article at Common Dream. It is still valid. Okay, let's go back to the screen here. See what else people are saying. Tax reform did work for Jamie Dimon. Skip it, brat. I love that. That is really a perfectly right statement. Let's see. Lee Grant says censorship is a hallmark of leftist fascism. No, it isn't. I don't know in what continent fascism is associated with the left. I mean, I think about it. You guys reinvent stuff, man. No, fascism was never a left thing. All right, let's see. We have Skippy the Brat says, thanks for heads up, AVQ, for letting me know that if I go to YouTube, I can ignore the trolls. Oh, boy. Let's see. What else have we got here? Let's see. 4 days later, in December 5th, the hospital was bombed again, injuring 12 civilians. Where are your numbers, E2247? Do we have new numbers for today? I don't see them. I don't see the new numbers for today. So anyway, let me continue here. But thank you for giving us that info. He stole from kids with cancer. Exactly. I forgot about that one, Skiffy. Thank you for reminding me about that. And guess what? Even though the evidence is there, this is what sycophancy look like, folks. even though the evidence is there, even though a lot of it came out of Donald Trump's mouth. Here's what Mike Cisak says. Oh, so many falsehoods by Egberto. Oh my God, Egberto has been giving us so many falsehoods. Really? I don't think you can possibly name one. But okay, I'm all ears. Come on, man, grow up. All right, Tom Zornick says, no such thing as leftist fascism. Fascism is a far-right form of government in which most of the country's power is held by one ruler or a small group under a single party. Fascist governments are usually totalitarian and authoritarian one-party states. Under fascism, the economy and other parts of society are heavily and closely controlled by the government, usually by using a form of authoritarian corporatism, where companies and workers are supposed to work together under national unity. The government uses violence and police power to arrest, kill, and stop anyone it does not think useful. Again, Tom, thank you. We try to educate as best we can. But, you know, the right does a lot of things like that. They try to make things out to be, what is the word that I like to use? They try to change the meaning of words, right? They try to change the meaning of words when it doesn't suit them. That's why liberal used to have a good connotation, and they were successful in making people scared of calling themselves a liberal. Well, I'm neither scared of saying the word liberal or progressive. So there you go. All right, let's see what else we got here. Skippy the Bright says, remember, the first they came from the socialist poem. That was literally how it went. Yes, my dear Skippy. And Bree says, and she's speaking to Skippy the Brat, FB goes everywhere. YouTube and Twitch see all, they don't see us. However, they do troll YouTube, but reply on FB. We can't get rid of them. Oh, I love you, Breach. I love you, girl. You know that, right? You know that, right, Breach? Okay. Eric K says, Tom is, let's see what I got here. Dow tumbles for 9th day in a row. It's the longest losing streak. I thought the Dow was going to do great because Donald Trump is in power and folks know that when he comes into power, the economy is just going to explode and do great. As he throw tariffs on, as he raises inflation with the tariffs that he's going to cost, because most MAGA don't understand how tariffs work. Madre mia, carajo, pinga. All right. Michael René says you can educate those who refuse to listen. That is very true. They only knee-jerk react. Yeah, they do. But again, you have to ask what's behind it. And most of what you'll find behind it is a certain level of prejudice. They wait for trigger words and then jump on the disagreement that they've been primed for without bothering hearing the context. Yeah, again, critical thinking. That is the first thing that goes. Critical thinking. And what we do is we try to establish that. Okay, Lee Grant says, under fascism, the economy and other parts of the economy are heavily and closely controlled by the government, like what progressives want to do. Oh, no, that's not true at all. But let's listen to our brother Magner. Mr. Patrick, how are you doing, sir?
Good afternoon. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Oh, no, I don't have it. I only had that one video that video took me. Wait a minute. AI is coming and writing down everything we're saying. Let me see if I know how to disable that. Everything is AI these days, you know? Everything is AI, AI. Okay, I got to figure out how to shut that down.
Takes a lot of electricity.
I know. You know, we got to create a program about that because we have all these Bitcoin folks talking about, helping the economy. All it does is a Bitcoin in the long run costs more than a Bitcoin. It's a shame. But anyway, go ahead, brother.
We were talking about the global economy, and everybody was gonna have cheap eggs, and we were gonna show these countries how to act around us, and we were gonna show them, and they were gonna bend a knee to King Trump, and now all of a sudden, more countries are joining BRICS. People are leaving the dollar behind.
Yep.
this is probably this is probably the worst we've ever been in international relationship. All Trump has done is he's further isolated a country who is no longer first.
Mm-hmm.
China has a better economy than we do, and they're supporting other countries. So Trump thought that he's going to cut all these people off. What they're doing is they're cutting us off. We're going to be isolated. We're not going to have materials to import. We're going to have massive job layoffs probably, because even if we're making our own dishwashers, we're not going to be able to get parts for them. We're not going to be able to get wiring for them. We're not going to be selling chips to other people. We effed up.
You know what?
We are in a bad situation.
Let me tell you, you know what? We have to remember those words, because here's the thing. The reason I have so much respect for the Mexican president, the woman, right, is because she came out boxing when Donald Trump threatened with tariffs. She came out boxing. A lot of people didn't see it that way, but they didn't translate the Spanish the way they should have translated the Spanish, right? There's a lot of shouldn't say colloquialism, but there are a lot of inferences in her Spanish that didn't come across in the English version. She pretty much called him out and said, "Remember, Trump, you are the guys with the problem. You are the guys with all, come out swinging." Yeah. What did I say? Radin? What? I didn't say come out swinging. You know what I meant. But tell me, I'm curious what I said. Anyhow, it is so important what you just said, Patrick, because she, in that letter, when I saw that letter, I found it in Spanish first. And I'm like, oh, my God. She just about told Donald Trump where to shove it, and also telling him, you tax us, we'll do the same thing to you. Okay. It was great. Anyway, what else is up, Brother Patrick?
We have no place to build these cars anymore. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna get new cars, because they're made everywhere but here. They might be final assembly, but that's it. And Ford already went through this. So did Chevy. They tried to build trucks out of the country and construct them as if they were a car, and then converted them to trucks when they're here, and they got sued and they lost. And what Trump's doing would be effective if he could build a factory in a year, but it takes 20 years to build a factory.
Yeah, people don't understand the complexity of these factories, because they all know it's done with robots, right? But the robots are not programmed and calibrated in a month or two, because it's an assembly line. I don't know if people ever been to one of these factories and understand how robots work. It's you have to build the cars with the intent that it's going to use the robots, and you have to have it's a complex system to take it. But you are so right. Here's the deal. America has screwed itself with the election of Donald Trump. You cannot be wrong and strong when you're only 3 to 5% of the population. You can't be, right? That's all we are. We may have the largest economy, and the world may be based on the dollar, but ultimately we are no more than, I think, what is it now? Is it 3 or 5% of the population? Somewhere around there. We cannot determine the rest of the world. And if the rest of the world gang up on us because we've made everybody our enemies, then that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to gang up on us. And, beware.
Yeah, I think that we're at 4.5% of the population. And what's interesting is we consume 23% of the world's goods.
There you go.
We can't make all that. We can't make all that. And so all this is going to be cut off from us. Nobody's going to want to do business with us. We think that, don't include me, and I'm not including you, but a lot of people in the United States think that, okay, we elected a strong man, and he's going to put these people in their place. No, they just put us all in their place. They were doing us a favor by using the dollar.
Listen,
I just wanted to point that out.
I appreciate your call, Patrick. You have a wonderful rest of your day. We're right about out of time right now. So thank you for calling in, brother.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Peace. Hey, but Patrick nailed it, right? at some point, America is going to realize, it's only 4.5% of the population. And while it has enough nukes to blow the world up, so does Russia, and so does the EU, right? So mutual assured destruction is still pretty darn good. Okay, got to go. Y'all have fun. Okay, Skippy the Brat, thank you for having been here. Anyway, folks, before I go, I got to say, folks, please consider doing one of several things today I'm going to ask you. There are several ways to support us. I'm going to give you the first way. It's to go buy our books. And what are our books? Let me put the books out there. I assure you will learn a lot from them. politicsdoneright.com/books. You can just go to politicsdoneright.com/books. I'm showing the books on the screen right now. politicsdoneright.com/books. We have great books. But you know how you can read all of the books free of charge? If you become a subscriber, a paid subscriber of our newsletter, can read all our books at Substack. And so that is another way to help. Again, what you're doing really, all these things subsidize our media network here. Remember what I talked about the mainstream media, how they're not giving us the proper information, the proper narratives. We do that. I just got off of a call today with the social, with the World Social Alliance, where it was with people in Canada, here, and other parts of the world, where we're really trying to do things right. Okay, Lee the Bearcat, I just called you out. Lee the Bearcat, thank you for being here. Hey Lee, where are you from? Okay, so again, if you go ahead and go to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter and be a paid subscriber, you can read all our books free of charge. And by the way, there's another caveat. Even any new book that I write will also be placed on Substack for you to read. Likewise, we'll have live chats and other gimmicks for those people who decide to support what we're doing via our newsletter. But if you don't want to use a newsletter as a means of support, you can always support us via a lot of different ways, and you can find that at politicsdoneright.com/support. But again, the way I would really love for to get to build up is the revenue that we get from the newsletter, politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. I want to first thank you all. Love you all. Thank you for being here every day. And by the way, I want to tell you, we've been testing this for the new year. We're now streaming to Instagram. We're streaming to Telegram. We're streaming to Instagram, Telegram, and Substack, Twitch, YouTube, several others. But to let you know, you can find us all over anywhere. Lee the Bearcat from Austin. I went to the University of Texas in Austin. My best spot, my romantic spot, was Mount Bonnell, right on the top, looking over the lake and that beautiful bridge right at dusk. Oh man, it's beautiful. I love Austin. Anyway, folks, I got to get out of here. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. And you guys know how I end this baby. I am what? Out.
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead, number 1, subscribe to our channel, and number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join. Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willies. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willies, your host. Good morning, Houston. Good morning, Harris County. Good morning to the great state of Texas. And of course, good morning to Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, and to every nook and cranny receiving signals from our 100,000 watt transmitters going right into those magical boxes known as radios, aka the Howard Reynolds machine. Anyway, good morning to our audience throughout the world who reaches us through the magic of the internet created by we the people, but now under the parasitic control of many billionaires who think that they can always take the resources of production, the resources of intellect away from those who actually create it to those who just simply have the capital to monopolize it. Anyway, folks, without further ado, let's go to the geniuses in El Estudio in the studio.
Good morning, Egberto. It is Wednesday morning at the radio, December the 18th on KPFT Houston. And the billionaires don't think they can take the stuff. They do take the stuff.
Yes.
So there you go. And now we have a billionaire president-elect, a billionaire Department of Government Efficiency, and let's see, what else do we have? Billionaire this, that, and the other. They've taken over our government, and they are so out of touch with reality, the way the rest of us have to live, the way most of us have to live, paycheck to paycheck for some of us. I think I'm one paycheck ahead, but that's not very much. So we have a billionaire takeover of the government. What do you think is going to happen? What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
And Jack has a whole, it's a 3/4 page of wisdom this morning. So instead of my rant, I think we should hear something that makes sense.
Okay. How do we make sense of this? Well, good morning, Egberto. How are you?
Buenos dias, my brother. Talk to me.
All right. I read your post this morning, and one line stood out for me really well. The corporate CEOs are aligning themselves with Trump, highlighting their greed and willingness to undermine democracy for profit. Man, that is a statement right there. Okay,
that is a huge statement.
Now, mine's going to follow like this. Media continues to fail to fact check Trump in real time. Trump files suit against the media to intimidate journalists. Corporate CEOs are aligning themselves with Trump, highlighting their greed and willingness to undermine democracy for profit. I want to point out that it was and is democracy that allowed the corporation the stability and the foundation for the corporate to grow to the point that some are wealthier than the state now. That's the big problem. They've just become so wealthy. They're wealthier than government, and that's why they took it over. The corporate ego has turned on the citizens and means to rule. The corporate hides behind government like a shield as they pollute and rip off the people.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I think I got it in a nutshell there.
Pretty much there.
Well, brother, I think to put it in a nutshell, I think you nailed it. But Jacques, you always nail it. Yeah. So, what's new there? Anyway, folks, let me just tell you, I started for 2025. You have to kind of experiment with things before you go really outright with it. Well, I got this new product that allows me to, not new products, new addition to the product that allows me to do some streaming some better runs on my stream. So now we are also letting you know we're also streaming live on Substack. We're also streaming live on Twitter. We've been streaming live on Twitter. We're also streaming live on Instagram, and we're also streaming live on that product that's mostly used internationally called Telegram. So know that, folks, whenever you get on the phone and you start making your comments, you have that much larger of a voice. Anyhow, we have a great program for you today. We have the titles called Trump Goes After Pollster, Major USPS Changes Already Being Tested, and GOP Wants to Kill IRS Free File. After Trump takes office, the GOP wants to end the IRS e-filing program immediately. USPS destruction tests are already in effect. Remember, we covered the USPS, I think it was yesterday, as being the most efficient delivery service. This year, they claim they will have a $9.5 billion deficit, but they don't tell you all the machinations that went into these deficits that have occurred over the last several years. And of course, that was what would I call a sabotage by our government onto the USPS force. So, they're bringing excuses as, they're not doing packages as they should, et cetera, et cetera. No, folks. First of all, the USPS is not a for-profit entity. So therefore, your post office is not supposed to make a profit. But what they want it to be is self-sustaining, which means the government is huge, and this one agency in the government, they want to make sure that how whatever is delivered, its total expenditures to deliver mail and packages equal to the total amount it costs to run the service, meaning to pay the employees, etc. But the Postal Service is a constitutional entity, and in reality, we shouldn't be thinking about the Postal Service always being, in the black, if you will, because again, it's a service, and if the tax dollars every so often has to go in to make sure that the amount of money it costs you to mail something to Alaska is the same amount of money it costs you to mail something across the street, then what's the problem? People fly, a lot of people fly, and some don't, but we all pay for the FAA. Think about that. Some people fly, some people will never fly, but we all pay for the FAA. Same goes with roads. Some people use the interstate, some people will never use it. But guess what? We all pay for it. Whoa, did I read that right? Did I get a piece of mail that just said Steve Harvey passed away? Is that true? I can't. Whoa, that would be interesting. That just touched me, folks. I just got a text that says Steve Harvey passed away, but I shouldn't even have said that out loud without fact checking. I should not have said that out loud. That must have been a bad. Hey guys, forget that I said that. I have no idea that something just came over my mail that said that. Forget that I said that. I'm on air, Egberto. I'm on air. Anyway, let's go ahead and start the program with the end direct file on day one. Say House Republicans. As you know, I don't know how you do your taxes, but I have this Willie's Media, and of course the software company that that's pretty much was placed in hiatus when I started doing activist journalism, and of course my personal taxes. And every year it costs me quite a few dollars to go ahead and get TurboTax. That's what I use. But there are several other programs that people use for their, to do their taxes. Well, it costs money. And I always wondered, why should it cost money why should it cost money that, okay, let me just say that before I get into the program, I am so sorry I did what I just did. It was just a shocker. I just got a thing that came across my mail that spoke about Steve Harvey. And luckily, our geniuses in the studio says, no, Egberto, Steve Harvey is just fine. But I must watch when I get these texts not to just blurt it out. It was just a shock to me, and I blurted it out, something I shouldn't have done. So my biggest apologies to those folks out there. I always fact check. Egberto, ¿qué te pasa? Anyway, so as I said, I do my own taxes, etc. And I get these programs to do it, and these programs cost money. Some people can't even use these programs that they pay for. They may actually go get a consultant to help them do their taxes. So given that the government is the one who analyzes based what type of income you have, etc., whether you need to pay taxes on it, you would think that the government will have the program that they should give you to tell you how much taxes you owe them. So it's a logical thing. And it's something that shouldn't cost money. It's something that the billionaires, right, Jack? Something the billionaires shouldn't be making money off of. I make money off of you paying your taxes. I always thought that was crazy. A company sprouts up and builds a product, charge you for that product, purportedly to make your life easier to file taxes. And the government saw that that was a problem as well. So they decided to create a program, a free program for people who needed to file their taxes. Very logical. Nothing controversial about that. You think? Well, of course, the billionaires got to the Republicans, and the Republicans said, indirect file on day one, says House Republicans. In other words, they want to tell all of the people who don't use TurboTax, because again, either they can't afford it, or they just want to file their taxes. They say the billionaires told their slaves in Congress, hey guys, we want to continue making money off the backs of the American people. Stop giving them that program that allows them to file their taxes for free. They need to pay the corporations to file their taxes. We need to make money on them filing their taxes. They want to make a piece of they want to turn every service into something that they can make a buck on. So on day one, the House Republicans, here's what it says at Reuters. Representative Adrian Smith. Sorry, I got into a cough thing here. Representative Adrian's, hold on one second. Sorry about that, folks. I don't know what got over me. Representative Adrian Smith, joined by 27 Houston Republicans, urged President-elect Donald Trump to immediately end the IRS free e-file program.
Oh, goodness. Are you a little choked up about this story there, Egberto? I can certainly understand. Man, I would choke somebody else. I wouldn't be choking myself. So anyway, to fact check, we went ahead and fact checked that Steve Harvey is still alive and well. There is nothing wrong with Steve Harvey, and we're getting some calls ready for you as soon as you can clear your throat and get things going on. Might just check on the Reuters story here, and I may do that myself.
Okay, I think I'm back.
Okay now? Okay.
I am back, but I don't know what got over me. It's still not completely clear. I know.
More billionaires saying, "Oh, we you better end that free program for the people who are paying their taxes." I mean, that would choke me up too, but I would be more likely to choke somebody else, not myself.
Right. It shouldn't be choking me up, right? But anyhow, it turns out that this is what they said. In a December 10 letter, the lawmakers contend that direct file, which was piloted in 12 states during the last filing session, presents a conflict of interest for the IRS. I mean, the things that these guys come up with, the IRS collects your taxes. In order for you to file your taxes, it's a complicated process because how many deductions you have, all that good stuff, right? So the IRS makes it simple by creating a program to make it simple, just like TurboTax thought to create a program to make it simple. Now they're saying it's a conflict of interest by the government for the government to tell you how much you owe. I mean, it's laughable. It is completely laughable. And that they want now to tell, in effect, and this is where Democrats a lot of times fail, okay? Here we have Republicans telling Trump, as soon as he gets into office, to cut the program that allows the IRS to give filers a program to make their taxes easier to file. In other words, the Republicans are saying, let's apply a tax. Let's apply a tax to the American people to pay their taxes. Because when they could do it for free, because again, it's the government collecting your taxes, the Republicans are now saying, no, let them pay to file. Let these corporations that make a bunch of money on each one of you tax filers, let them continue to make the money. I mean, can you see this, folks? Can you understand what's happening here? This has nothing to do with conflict of interest. Nothing to do with conflict of interest. It has everything to do with them telling you that you have to pay to get your complicated taxes done. And now the DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, they want to look that up as, hey, that's an expense we can cut from the government. In other words, no, they're not cutting that expense from the government. They're taxing you. So I have a message for Democrats. If the papers were turned, by now, there would be ads on air. The Republicans would be running ads on air right now, telling you that the government is taxing you to pay your taxes. And you know what I hear from Democrats? Crickets. Do you want to know why failed policy? Why the party with failed policies win? Because you don't have folks out there informing Americans of the predatory nature of the Republican Party and those who support the Republican Party. So people who are in fact Republicans don't realize that their own party is screwing them. Can you see that? Again, the government gives you the free the website so that you can file your taxes free of charge on the website, but they don't want that. They want TurboTax and all these other software companies that sells you something to file your taxes to make it easier. But I have something for them. Here's what they say. It's less efficient. Well, they forget that for TurboTax to automatically file your taxes, they have to have a gateway to the government computers. You know, when you use TurboTax and it says, are you ready to file? And you say yes, it calls up the government computer, transmit all that information to the government computer, and then the government goes ahead, hits computer, fact checks that stuff from TurboTax and then says, okay, TurboTax, we accept that filing. Here's what TurboTax is telling you. TurboTax is saying it is okay for the government to spend money to create a software interface to work with TurboTax and all these other platforms, instead of saying we don't need to create that gateway. We just have to present it to the people who are the ones actually paying the taxes. We don't need a middle person. We don't need a middleman. We don't need a middle woman. We can actually go directly to the taxpayer and say, taxpayer, fill out these forms to pay your taxes. It is amazing. It is amazing the thievery sanctioned by our Republican legislature. What are the thievery attempted by our Republican legislature, congressional house? But it is amazing because when I talk about that party having the proclivity to screw its own, again, they're taxing both Republicans and Democrats when they go ahead and say, kill the program and let TurboTax make a whole bunch of money on you, right? So here we go. The second story that I had today, going to show you how corrupt these guys are. The second story is the USPS challenges already being tested. And in this article at the Daily Kos, what is really happening is in order to make the postal service more, in their terms, efficient, what they mean is make a profit. They want to go to the least profitable areas of the postal service. Okay, folks, you remember when you saw the election and you saw the map? The map looked very red. The map didn't look very red because most people are Republicans. That's not why the map looked very red. The map looked very red because in those red areas, in most of those areas, only a little bit of people live there. So you have if County A looks red, the reality is there are few people in County A. Then you have a little county called Harris County, and it's blue, surrounded by red. In that little Harris County, there are a lot more people than just everything around it. Okay? So what you have is the Republican voter in the aggregate. They're scattered all over the country in small areas. But here's the kicker. The Postal Service charges the same amount to send a letter to Timbuktu, Yoakum, Texas, or next door to Houston, Texas. All right? Same amount of money. So in other words, those of us who live in Houston, Texas, are subsidizing the letters that go to Yoakum, Texas, because it's very small in Yoakum, Texas. And I'm just using Yoakum as an example. It's very small, and, having a complete mail-in program, the truck going out, burning gas, all of that, to service a small amount of people, is inherently inefficient. That is inherently inefficient, but we do it. Why? One, the Constitution says we should. But secondly, because, again, we want our country to be connected. We want our country to be connected. So we make sure that everybody pays the same amount to send the letter to keep us connected. Of course, we use the internet now, but you get the drift. What does DeJoy and the corrupt folks want to do? All those little post offices in those little towns, they either want to close them, or they want to make sure that they don't have to get deliveries every day, or one of these things. In all these rural areas that we're again, it's inefficient to deliver mail. They want to do something about it. But I want to recall something else that we spoke about yesterday. Whereas UPS already doesn't go to these rural areas, FedEx already doesn't go to those rural areas, the United States Postal Service does. And guess who uses the United States Postal Service to deliver their mail to the rural areas, to deliver their packages to the rural areas? The good old post office. That good old post office that people think they should hate because a lot of folks are telling you to hate them. No, no, no. Even UPS uses the United States Post Office to deliver their last few miles on packages in Timbuktu, America. And now they want now DOGE, Department of, it's not really a department, but of efficiency or whatever the hell they call it. Now they are talking about, hey, now we can cut down the United States Postal Service, get rid of those rural areas. So folks, the people who vote for these people are the ones that they're going to screw themselves. You voted rural America. You voted for people who are talking about, guess what? Making sure your deliveries are not on time, making sure you don't get deliveries every day. So they're taking services away from you. You voted them in. People you didn't care about voting for. They are fighting like hell right now to try to make sure all of you get your mail on time, to make sure you get your services. But the people you voted for look at you and say, it's not efficient to deliver to you. Telephone number 713-526-5738. Let's go ahead and speak to Sister Moses. Moses, come on in.
Buenos días, mijito.
Buenos días, amiga.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien, muy bien. Habla conmigo, por favor.
Okay. Now, what I see is very short. The advance of Alibaba and his 40 thieves. They are at the door of the cave saying, open sesame, open sesame. And when sesame opens, the eyes of the people now are beginning to understand what it is they did to themselves. And I don't think Americans, when they begin to feel the movement of Alibaba and his 40 thieves in their lives, I don't think they will take it as easily as they took it during the general election. So let us see what happens when the cave opens. That's all I've got to say.
We know, Moses, it's great that you said that, right? But I sit down. I just mentioned, by the way, welcome Agolf Twittler in the chat, Eric Hayes in the chat, Gayla Kunis in the chat, Palsy Walsey in the chat. Welcome aboard. I wanted, there are two kinds of mentalities, right? There are those who, as they're informed and point out what's being done to them, they listen and they accept it. And then there are those who simply try to give a reason why what these guys are doing to hurt people is still okay. We have one person in the chat, Eric Hayes in the chat right now saying, hey, but Doge is why knock Doge? That's trying to be efficient, right? I just gave an example of why, of rural areas getting screwed by the party who they voted for. And that went right over his head. Anyway, go ahead, Moses.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this quickly. Well, I'll tell you something. When I'm going to go to an old biblical story, not too long. When Noah was inside of the ark, God did not give him the keys. You know why? Because when he looked out the window and he saw all those hard-headed people floating by, he would not open the door in compassion and let them in. So you always have the results when those hard-headed people come up here. They are the ones you see floating in the water, upside down. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sis. You have a good one, Moses. All right, let's go to Senor Patrick. Come on in, Patrick.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, my friend. Talk to me.
Well, not only are all the people voting in the rural areas to get rid of the post office, they also voted to subsidize private education for the rich, and they voted to keep public schools. They've done themselves all sorts of damage. But what I'd like to point out, and everybody seems to always be focused on profit, and that's what capitalism does to us. People need these services. Not only that, is my understanding when I was taught a long time ago that the U.S. Postal Service is a subsidy for small businesses to communicate their goods. So to vote against that, you're voting against small businesses. That's how franchises get their coupons out. That's how people talk about sales. Everybody wants to say that email does that. I don't ever open any of those, but I see every coupon that comes through my mailbox. It wasn't intended for profit. Not everything needs to be for profit. And all the for-profit businesses that try and start up are going to suffer if they don't have a USPS.
You know, it is amazing, right? I remember when one of the first times they were talking about, getting rid of the USPS and making it private. In other words, FedEx, UPS, etc. FedEx came out with a letter. You know how much it costs to ship a FedEx letter? $5.
I think. $5. I think it was a few dollars, but I believe $5. Absolutely, that their system isn't built for it.
No.
And if they do have to respond to it, there's going to be a terrible lag time. And if the lag time's long enough, and they just decide we're going to get used to it, like we got used to all the downgraded services after COVID, they're just not ever going to give it to us. Then people in the rural areas are just going to have to drive to a post office like they did 150 years ago. Does that sound like progress?
And again, that is the whole idea, right? Guess what? You know, people look at it like, okay, well, they have to drive to do this now. Well, now a piece of mail costs you, if the new post office is 20 miles away, it may cost you a gallon of gas to go to the post office. So that piece of mail doesn't cost 70 cents or whatever it costs to mail anymore. It costs 70 cents plus the $4 in gas that you're going to spend. I mean, it is amazing how people vote against it. But what a lot of these Republican politicians are good at is in hiding what they actually cost you. They make it seem like the others are the ones spending, when what they're doing is offsetting the prices to you. If you take a look at the reason I brought this story in second, because it tied right into the first story about when they're trying to eliminate the free filing of your taxes, right? When they come and they say it's a conflict of interest for the United States IRS to somehow charge. It's a conflict to give you free service. It's a conflict of interest. Makes no sense. But they say it with a straight face. They're the ones charging. If they're the ones that you're paying, they should tell you how to pay, right? And that is what that program is for. But now they want TurboTax to charge you to then go ahead and file. It's so ridiculous.
Now, I wanted to switch tracks, and I'm almost done. But yesterday, Brian called in and chastised you and chastised one of the listeners for having some understanding of Luigi. I tread lightly here, but I want to point out that Brian was besides himself lecturing us yesterday. But 8 months ago, Brian called in and he said the tens of thousands of Palestinian women and children got what they deserved because of what their father and husband voted for. So I don't understand how a Palestinian that hasn't done anything to me deserves to die, but a CEO that is denying care and letting people suffer and die is in the right. So I'd
That
like
is
you to
called-
ask Brian.
You know, that is how indoctrinated we are, right? And it comes with what lives we value, and also what we think is right. The truth of the matter is, I tread carefully with the topic you just talked about because I don't want anybody to misconstrue my words. But the reality is, while even if you take a listen to the press conference that the DA gave yesterday about Mangione, which was correct. In other words, he killed somebody. Okay. Even if he wanted to be a martyr, we have laws and the laws will be followed. Of course, we know when it gets in front of a jury can make whatever decisions that they make. But the thing that always bothers me is how the media comes down on the average American citizen that kills. Right? They come down on the petty thief that goes into the 7-Eleven and steal a cigarette or steal a can of soup or whatever. They really make that look like a crime. That looks like, well, it is a crime. They do that. I don't want anybody robbing my store. But when the corporations do that, the corporations find many ways to rip you off. How many wages of Americans are corporations ripping off? That's thievery. How many times are corporations overcharging you for items? That's thievery. How many times corporations get people killed? How about Boeing? When Boeing knowingly had a problem with the MAX 8 and they knowingly allowed that plane to fly in that state. Knowingly, that was sacrificing people's lives, saying, well, it's cheaper for us to get sued than to fix the problem in their opinion. But it's not treated like that. Go ahead.
Just that stock market's more important than safety. I didn't mean to interrupt you. This is also, you need to realize that a species that used to stand in line to watch people get fed to lions for no good reason. We like that for whatever is going on. And if we can't change it, we need to identify it. We need to understand what we're doing. That this kid doesn't need to be a spectacle. Nobody else does either.
Right. Exactly. So let's talk about that. But I am trying to frame the message for people right now that are out there, and not to give, just like the system is not going to give Mangione a pass for killing that CEO. I want those of you to look seriously at what these corporations and these CEOs are doing to the average American citizen, what pain, harm, and death they're causing them, unnecessarily but knowingly. It's important. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too, brother. All right, let's go to Eddie. Come on in, Eddie.
I want to be a little bit off, maybe a lot off topic, but I want to just see if I understand your stance on Trump being guilty for the insurrection.
Okay, go ahead. Sure.
So I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you believe that he's guilty because he convinced his supporters that the election was stolen, and he convinced them that they had to march on the Capitol to stop the steal, and he convinced them that they were in fact fighting for democracy when they were actually destroying democracy, and he's guilty because of that.
It's much deeper than that. That is just superficial. Okay. And this is what a whole lot of people don't would you like me to answer? That's what a lot of people don't understand. Donald Trump and his minions, this is a conspiracy. Okay. And the conspiracy is very well laid out in all the research that was done. Unfortunately, the media, while you can read it on your own, the media doesn't cover it as it should. But from the Proud Boys and all these other institutions that a lot of Trump's sidekicks have been priming and planning. I mean, there was a big planning session in the hotel before the meeting occurred. So we actually have a meeting where this insurrection was being directed from it. And that is all documented, and that came out in the hearing. So if you would like yourself to go listen to the hearings or should read the paperwork from the hearings, you will see what the conspiracy looked like. But continue, my friend.
Okay, well, I mean, I appreciate you saying it's very superficial, because my worry was that when you say this CEO is responsible for killing hundreds and thousands of people for denying care, and basically committing murder, I'm fearful that you are going to be guilty when the next CEO gets murdered because somebody listening to your show. And
I'm glad you said that. I am glad you said that. You are so correct. Let me tell you something, okay? I feel being a host, right? Being a host of a program on air that many people listen to, I am very cognizant of what I do. I don't know if you started listening to the show in the beginning, but in the beginning of the show today, as I was talking, I have the feed that goes across my thing, and it said that a particular star had died. And it was so shocking to me because I see the star all the times. I blurted it out and I said, "Oh, can't believe that." And not realizing immediately I was on air. And as soon as I caught myself, I corrected what I said. Right. And, hopefully that nobody got it and, goes into a panic or whatever. So I am very responsible with the privilege that I have to be on air speaking to the thousands and the people that I speak to. So I am cognizant of that. Now, repeating a fact, however, one cannot be accused of let's say the next person that takes out a CEO. All right. Everything that I've stated is a fact. CEOs and of these insurance companies effect a policy that gets thousands, hundreds of thousands of Americans dead every year. Do you accept that as a statement of fact?
So he's implementing.
No, that's not what I asked you, sir. I asked you, do you accept as a statement of fact that insurance companies with their policies get people killed?
Like you said with the insurrection, I think that's oversimplifying a very complicated question.
No, it's not complete. Let me ask you this: if somebody has cancer of a certain type that a particular drug will solve, and you take it to the insurance company and they said no, is that result from that insurance company affecting the death of that person? Yes or no?
In that case, yes.
And that's my point.
If we blame him for that, do we give him credit then for the thousands and thousands of lives he did save because his company provided?
No, we don't, because that is what we're paying for, sir. We are not giving them credit for something that they're paid to do. They're paid to do that.
If his policies affect the death and he's to blame for that, then other policies that affect other deaths that were implemented by other people would be to blame. So Joe Biden is responsible for the deaths of Americans killed by illegal immigrants. If one is true, the other has to be true.
There is a very huge difference. Okay, no, there's a huge difference. There's a very big difference. There's a big, and if you want me to tell you what the difference is, it's simple. It is simple that Biden didn't control the people coming into the country. The insurance company controlled their denial. It's a difference. I mean, I know people would like to create a congruent relationship. It's not. It is not. Because, I mean, it is not.
And it's an oversimplification of both. Because as a CEO of healthcare, and I'm not going to say that it's not flawed. It's not seriously damaging. I don't want to argue that, but I want to open eyes to say, like, if they just accept everybody's care, can I go to the doctor? I don't know can I go and get years of therapy for a broken foot that's healed, completely healed? I just like going to therapy.
No, that's not that. No, you don't want that. Again, and a doctor who does that will be committing a crime, right? That would be thievery, right?
That's denying care.
No, it's not denying. No.
If insurance companies saying you can't do that, that's denying care.
Let me tell you, Eddie, my lines are full, but let me just tell you this. Okay, I see where you're attempting to go. And that is what I see where you're attempting to go, but that's not where we're at all. We know the difference between when the insurance company is killing for the purpose of making a profit, or when it's just, when a mistake is just made. Mistakes can be made. I'm not denying that at all. But what I'm denying is I'm saying when your profit motive is to deny care, which is what insurance companies do, at that point, I believe they should be guilty of murder. Okay, it's that simple. I do believe many corporations are guilty of murder. And it's not an oversimplification. It's a statement of fact. They knowingly cause people to die. And in fact, that's a business model, because if that person dies, it costs less money.
So if someone gets killed, I can come back and say, well, geez, I was not killing one person. I was saving thousands. And the radio host told me the guy's a murderer. All I did was kill a murderer.
Well, no. Again, because you're look. If you were a murderer and I called you out, I am not telling anybody to come and kill you at all. And again, that's why I said you are. Again, first of all, I am not defending Mangione. I am just saying the same scrutiny that Mangione gets is the same scrutiny killer corporations should get as well. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more, nothing less.
I know you're not. I'm just saying there could be easily somebody in your audience saying, I'm morally justified because the guy on the radio said he deserved it.
Remember, I never said anybody deserved anything. Think about that. You said that. I did. I never said that. I never said that.
No, I agree. But when you call someone a murderer, if I went out and killed Jeffrey Dahmer before he was able, during his career, wouldn't I be a hero?
A lot of people would think you're a hero, but you'd still go to jail.
And when you say this CEOs are murderers, if I go out and kill them, I could just say, jail. The guy on the radio said he's a murderer. I'm morally justified.
All right. Anyway, Eddie, you know what you're talking about. I got to go real quick because I got a lot of calls. So let me go ahead and handle these calls rather quickly. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to Amir. All right. Actually, I'm sorry, not Amir. Let's go to Joni.
Hello?
Yes, Joni, you're on.
Hi, good morning. Just wanted to go back to the topic of the post office. Mm-hmm. I'm curious to know why, given all the problems with it, and I do believe that we're being herded, H-E-R-D-E-D, herded toward only doing things online. You know my stance online. I don't do business online.
I know. Oh, yeah. Right.
Avoid it. And I don't have a computer at home, a working internet at home. I don't have it on my phone. They would like, the tech industry would like to have all of our business, all of our transactions online because it's there to sell, surveil, sedate, and manipulate people and ultimately to separate everybody. That being said, we know that LaJoy has, stock, or his wife has stock in UPS or FedEx. I'm not sure which one, and maybe both. It seems like I heard there were both, but that you'd have to check me on that. And we know it's central to the voting, whether voting by mail when people can't get to the voting booths because of either a disability or I think people should have that right to be able to vote by mail because they work, and sometimes it's very hard to get to the polls. So, but Biden knew this, and why he didn't take the opportunity
to remove LaJoy, who, destroyed sorting machines that made the postal service more efficient. He took out perfectly good sorting machines, and he was left in place. I can't figure out why Biden would leave LaJoy in place as Postmaster General. So that's all I really have to say about that.
Thank you. Let me just say that there's some rules supposedly that you have to follow as far as who can replace LaJoy again. But again, as we can see, Donald Trump doesn't follow those rules, and Biden is usually happy to keep his hands tied behind his back with following the rules. So I mean, there are rules. He can't just remove the Joy. It's a bit more difficult. The board has to remove the
Trump
Joy.
Did?
No, the board has to remove the Joy. The FBI director,
okay.
yeah. But you have to get the board to do it for you. So it's not like
that would have been a priority.
Yeah, I no, it wasn't a priority. It was never a priority for them. If he wanted to get rid of the Joy, there are mechanisms that he could have instituted to do it. He did. But you're right about that, Joni.
All right. Well, have a good day.
Thank you. Now. All right, let's go to Betty. Come on in, Betty.
Hey, Alberto. You didn't say the Pope was dead, okay? And on the IRS, under the Republicans, the software is involved in that too. Under the Republicans, of course, the softwares want to hit you up also. IRS, under the Republicans, they'll say, give me your paycheck for the year and get in line. And on the postal, what are we going to have to do? Go back to Pony Express? And, that is the makings of what going postal for some bigwigs. Swing high and swing low. Love you.
Thank you. Love you too, Betty. All right, let's go to Amir. Come on in, Amir.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Amir. Talk to me, my brother.
So, talking about who is guilty of murder, all the people that are dying in Palestine, can you say that Joe Biden and the senators and the companies that make all those bombs are all guilty of murder? And then also this,
Of course. I mean, I've spoken about the complicity of America and all of us as the taxpayers who have elected governments that effect all these damn wars around the world. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be consistent, you're going to be consistent. I always speak about what happened in Panama as well. The United States came in and killed 10,000 Panamanians to get Noriega. Yeah, that's murder too, of course. Continue, Amir, because I'm running out of time.
Okay, so you always talk about the difference between Republican and Democrat. It almost like they got us busy playing this like a football game. Who did this? Who did that? And then the game is bigger. It seems like we are all cards.
Let me just say there are two games, and you are correct. I know where you're going, Amir. I got to go, but I know where you're going. The game is two. Yeah, it's two sides. One is domestic, and one is worldwide. Okay, in the domestic game, we have to play the right Republican Democrat game for now. In the international game, it's one and all in the same. But we'll talk about, if you want to talk about that, let's do it tomorrow. I got to go. Let's go to Bruce. Good point, though, Amir. Thank you, my brother. But I got to go to Bruce and then to Brian, and I only have a minute and a half. Come on in, Bruce.
Okay, I always make it fast, and I'll make this no exception. A friend of mine told me, what has big government ever done? I said, well, they electrified America with the TVA. They built the interstate highway system, the post office, the CDC. I can go on and on. The second point I'm making is I sometimes get mad at the government. If I got some friends together and went to the federal building here and busted the front door down, broke the windows and smeared feces, I'd spend a lot of years inside a concrete box eating slimy bologna sandwiches. The justice system should not release those guys. But anyway, that's all I got. Bye.
Thank you, brother Bruce. Nice, sweet, and short. Brian, come on in.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's still foggy. I hope everyone drives safe. So, Joe Biden decides to commute the sentences of 3 Chinese dissidents, people that were in prison. One of them had 47,000 pedophilia photographs on his computer. And this is justified for some reason. And then my second point is, go ahead, answer.
I don't know the story.
Okay, yeah, well, you don't know the story because CNN, MSNBC, they're not going to put it out there. They're covering up the actual facts. The other point I need to make is you thought it was quite funny when Johnny said, yeah, he wants to fly a Cessna through the bedroom of the governor of Texas. You are condoning murder.
I never said. I think you understand. I think you also understand parody, right? Funny. Hey, Brian, you understand parody. Actually, it is. If you take a listen,
it was quite funny to kill the man, and you agreed with him by your laughter.
Brian,
look it up.
Brian,
Go to archive.
Brian,
Go to archive. I just did.
Have a wonderful day, my brother. I think you're misleading as usual, but that's okay. Thank you, brother. I gotta get out of here. Let me go ahead and pass it to the studio.
Oh, you got another minute or two left if you want to try some. Do we have any more calls? Oh, we don't have any more calls. A lively discussion as usual. Circular arguments there with Eddie, which was always very entertaining because he kept going in circles and you're going, what are you doing, man? So anyway, we appreciate his call. As always, as we appreciate all callers, including Brian, whom we don't ever agree with, but we appreciate it. Oh, Jack, what you got, man? You got anything?
I got nothing.
Jack says he got nothing. So take it home,
I always have something. Let me tell you, folks. Like I mentioned all of the times, this platform is for everybody. Unlike most platforms, right? Everybody get to say what they want to say and say it respectfully, and you will also get a respectful response. Guaranteed. But folks, remember that the rest of the program, we have other articles to discuss, is at politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Again, that is at politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Please remember, stay engaged. Use your minds. Don't go for the rhetoric. Use your minds and think independently. I got to get out of here. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right, and you know how I end this baby. I am what? Out.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It, As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom, It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willies. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people.
Well, folks, welcome to one more edition of Politics Done Right. I'm Egberto Willies, your host. Thank you so kindly for being a part of the show. We are having a few technical difficulties with our YouTube setup. We'll go ahead and get that cleaned up for tomorrow. For now, it seems like we don't have YouTube access. As I play my first video, I'll try to see if we can take care of that. But for the time being, well, we can't get it done. We can't get it done. Anyway, folks, let me go ahead and get started. Welcome aboard E2247. Welcome aboard Eric Hayes. Welcome aboard. We have Michael Rudden as the dentist. Welcome aboard Yvette Avery Herod. We're going to start again with the dentist and then the dentist. We're going to start with the doctor and then we'll take it on the other side and we'll be right back. In the interim, I'll try to get things up. Welcome to another edition of Politics Done Right. I'm Egberto Willies, your host. Today, I'm honored to have Dr. Wilcox. Dr. Wilcox is a doctorate prepared nurse who also holds a master's in health administration and is board certified in nursing informatics. Dr. Wilcox has 28 years of healthcare experience in which he worked as a bedside nurse, hospital administrator, and in healthcare information technology, which has helped him to develop his unique perspective on the American healthcare system. Dr. Wilcox is the author of the book, How to Avoid Being a Victim of the American healthcare system. This is the second time we're talking, and one of the reasons I wanted to have Dr. Wilcox on is we know the issues that are governing us right now, and we understand with the killing of Mark Thompson of United Healthcare by Mr. Mangione. It's a big topic of discussion. Dr. Wilcox, welcome to Politics Done Right. Thank you so kindly for being here.
Thank you, Egbert. It's always good to see your smiling face and to educate the American public on what's really going on in healthcare, especially in a situation where the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, was murdered in the streets. So we're going to have a robust discussion today for sure.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. Without my interference or whatever, what are your thoughts about that incident, specifically that incident and the rationale that Mr. Mangione is using? I don't know if he's in his right mind or what, but the rationale that he's using. What were your initial thoughts?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of Americans have been hurt by the insurance companies denying their care and sometimes even died. So a lot of Americans have a negative view or perspective of the insurance companies. But nobody's ever taken it to the streets, right? So this guy, whether he was in his right mind or not, actually planned this out, knew what he was going to do, and took this fight to the streets. He wasn't even covered by United Healthcare, but United Healthcare is the biggest healthcare insurer in America outside of the government. And so that was his intended target. Like I said, in this day and age, or like we just went through this election, right? Mm-hmm. And people were saying, if I don't get my way, if this candidate doesn't get elected, then all hell's going to break loose. So we kind of have that environment right now in America, but to see somebody act on it the way that he did was a bit alarming. But I can understand why the emotions run each way. If you're somebody who's had somebody die because of the lack of care and the insurance company's denial, or been injured or had a bad outcome because of it, then you're on the side of like, hey, man, maybe this guy did the right thing, right? Not that murder's the right thing ever, but you can understand people's emotions. And then there's people in the other camp who are like, this is terrible for his family, which it is. But more than likely, there are people who haven't been harmed by the insurance company at this point.
I am glad to hear your response in that regard. This morning on my KPFT 90.1 FM program at Pacifica Network, we were talking about that. And, it's a responsibility when one is speaking to a large audience to be careful with the wordology. And I try my best to do that. But also, I'm glad the measured response that you gave, because a caller called in, and because I made a statement similar to yours, he said, by the way, Egberto, suppose after listening to your call talking about CEOs that causes the dying, the deaths of many of their citizens, suppose somebody listening to you say, yes, I need to do something about that, and they go and execute. Should we blame you? Should we then say you caused the murder of somebody? And I explained the differences in what I do and what the insurance company executives do. And also that, no, we are not asking anybody to go out there and take the matters into their own hands. But I want to ask the question. I brought that up as a precept to ask this question. If you listen to the DA yesterday of New York, the DA of New York, and all the people in the legal community that charged Mr. Luigi Mangione, they were really adamant that this guy did the wrong thing. He took the law into his hands and he's an evil person. Don't you think that it is high time that the media look at the health insurance industry as a villain that kills, and talk to them just the way they talk about Mangione, who killed that person, who took a life, and the insurance companies that take hundreds of thousands of lives?
Yes, they kill people legally, right?
Right.
So healthcare in and of itself, is very personal to the person receiving the care. But the business entities that grow up around that, the pharmaceutical companies, the insurance companies, the pharmacy benefit managers are there to make a profit off your money. So, healthcare is set up. The insurance companies are hoping you'll pay your premiums, you'll live a good life without any major disruptions health-wise in your life, and you'll die fast. And if you do that, you're fine. If you don't do that and you get a nasty cancer and you want to go to MD Anderson, well, all of a sudden it's out of network, right? Now you got to pay out of your pocket. Or if your doctor wants to prescribe a chemo drug for you that he knows is going to work, they say, no, you got to go back and use this lesser price chemo drug. They have no medical expertise. All they're trying to do is look after their shareholders' profits. But you hit the nail on the head. They legally kill people all the time. Legally, people have negative outcomes and live in bad conditions because the insurance company makes a decision. They control the amount of money that goes out. So much to your point, yes, I do think the media should start to look at them as a business entity who is only trying to make profit and doesn't really care about the patient themselves. I mean, we've seen artificial intelligence used by United Healthcare to deny claims. It's a fast, efficient model. You don't have to pay a doctor. You don't have to pay a nurse to look that claim over. You just use the AI and deny. And what they do is they hope when they deny those claims that you'll go away. But 90% of the people who actually go after those claims, they actually win them. So not a lot of Americans know that they can, go after the claim and take it up to state attorney general and say, I need some help with this. And 90% of the time they win. So these insurance companies know what they're doing. I mean, this isn't, it's not an accident. They're just trying to make as much money as they can. And they're making huge profits at the expense of Americans every day.
And it's amazing that you said they know what they're doing. They know that eventually they'll likely lose the case. But two things happen when they eventually lose the case. The patient, if they were ill enough, could die, at which case nothing is paid anyway. Or as they wait, they're building up time, and they know most people won't go through the trouble, like you said, of doing that. What is really concerning to me as well is that, again, at any given time, I don't know what the percentage is, but let's say at any given time, 2 or 3% of the people are sick in this country. I think that is one of the problems why people don't really see the urgency of the problem. Enough people at one time don't see the urgency of the problem, because if only 2 or 3% of us are really sick that have to interact with the insurance companies at any given time, we have a tendency in our society to be very forgetful of the past once things are over. It's like January 6th happened and everything is okay now. Nobody understands how dire a situation that is. And item after item, issue after issue, it seems like we are, and I don't know if we're designed that way or if the way our society works in America makes us that way. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think this guy who committed the murder set off... Yeah,
Mangiani.
Yeah, right. He set off reaction. As I'm studying this in the American people, I mean, there were people that were elated that he did this, right? I mean, yes. How many times do you see that? People who think he's a hero. So in your January 6th comparison, that happened. There was a lot of bickering back and forth about what really occurred or what the truth was. In this situation, this guy is rewarded for his behavior by some people who say, you know what, they got my aunt, they got my mother, there's insurance companies, about time we got one of them. Right or wrong, that's the way that they feel. But if you look back to things like Columbine, nobody was shooting schools until that occurred, right? And then all you got these copycat killers running around shooting schools, going in and harming children. And what I'm afraid of is that we're going to see a little bit more of this before it's over. That there's going to be people who think, you know what, I'm going to do what that guy did because, my mother died of a nasty cancer and was denied care. So you've seen the insurance companies' reaction to this. They've taken down the bios. Aetna's taken down their bios. Major insurance companies are starting to beef up security for their executives. But why aren't they looking at their model and seeing what caused this? Why America's perception of them is so negative? Why don't they look at their business model? I mean, good God, they're making profit hand over fist. You don't need to make that much profit. You could give back to people who are really sick. It's just an insane model. And it's insane that we as Americans continue to allow it to happen, right? Because our country has some of the worst healthcare ever. And I don't mean that by doctors and nurses. What I mean is the system itself. So, we're 17th in quality outcomes in industrialized countries. Right. Yeah. And people are always like, I want to have choice. They don't see what's really going on because they haven't been exposed to different models. It's just crazy. But, when you start to fire up the American public about something like this, you got to watch out because, like I said, if people are calling him a hero, there's going to be other people who are probably thinking right now what they can do to impact the healthcare insurance companies.
It is amazing that you use the example of what I guess the insurance companies have learned a lot from the gun industry. Instead of tackle the problem, double down and solve and prevent it from. I mean, it's like what's the problem to guns? More guns. What's the problem to the insurance? Surround yourself by gun. I mean, it is just amazing how these people think. I read you now. There's another issue that I want to point out to our listeners. To show the evil within, and somebody told me evil is kind of mystic. Maybe it just is the bad within. But you remember the times when Medicare came out. The reasons for Medicare was because insurance companies couldn't figure out a way to make a profit on older Americans. So therefore, they were either insuring them at a very high rate or not insuring them at all. Here comes Medicare. Medicare goes ahead and handles insurance for them, and they give now that they have a backstop, insurance companies say, okay, the government is taking care of Medicare. How can we get our foot in there? Hey, government, for what you're paying in Medicare, give us a fixed cost and we'll take care of it for you now. Suddenly they can afford to do Medicare. I wonder what's the cost of that. Explain the ills of Medicare Advantage versus Medicare.
Sure. So let's just break it down into something that's really basic, a business principle. If you have a CEO that's making $10 or $15 million and is managing your care at an insurance company, why would you continue when you're going into your golden years to pay them to manage your care? Because Medicare Advantage has been shown to deny claims that traditional Medicare would pay. And not only that, Medicare Advantage programs and different hospitals are saying, they deny it so much, we just don't want to work with them. So now if you're an older American and your community hospital says they're not going to take your Medicare Advantage plan anymore, you have to drive 2 or 3 hours to go to another hospital that will take it. It's a scam. Medicare Advantage is a scam. Anytime you can remove the insurance companies from your health care, and you have the opportunity to do that when you turn 65, you should go straight to Medicare. The problem with that is it's very confusing. Like most Americans don't know what to do. So then we have the Medicare Advantage people bring in these independent counselors, right? That steer you towards a plan with them. Oh, we'll give you a little dental. We'll give you some vision, all that kind of stuff. They're there to make a profit. They're not giving you anything for free. They're there to make a profit. If you go to straight Medicare, then you never, ever have anybody interfere with your doctor and your care. You can go get care anywhere. Medicare pays 80%. You get the gap insurance that goes with it, which is actually an insurance company, but there's different rules at that point. They can't deny care. They just have to pay the 20%. So it's interesting that we have a model that works well for older Americans and that these insurance companies want to get their foot in the door and continue to make a profit after you turn 65. Steer clear of Medicare Advantage, people.
It is amazing because they didn't want to do it until they had the government to back them up. These are the people that don't want government. Interestingly, even if we take a look at the NHS, National Health Service in Great Britain, now that they're bringing the private sector more and more into their system is getting worse and worse. It was a system that was, again, yes, you wait longer for a hip replacement. That's not an emergency, but it's a system that worked, a system that you never went bankrupt, etc. Now, some of them are attempting to follow some of the U.S. model, a failed model. Now, you wrote a book, and we spoke about this before. And what I want to do here is, because I think if we get people more educated on our healthcare system from people who've been there, who understand it, I think it's essential that we inform folks about it. So anybody who's written a book about what's going on that is a fair and honest book, I want to make sure they have a chance to talk about a little bit about their healthcare within the context of their book. So please go ahead and talk to me a little bit about how to avoid being a victim of the American healthcare system, a patient's handbook for survival, a book written by you, Dr. David Wilcox.
Yeah. So, interestingly enough, when I finished my doctorate, I thought I have so much knowledge of the healthcare system. I've been in and out of it. I know exactly what to do when an insurance company denies my claim. I know exactly what to do. And not a lot of Americans know that. And so I sat down to write this book because I wanted to give them a handbook. Like, some people tell me, oh, I read the entire thing. It's great knowledge. And some people will say, I bought it and then I had a problem with my insurance company denying me a claim. So I went to the insurance chapter and I read what you had written, and I used some of the loopholes that you suggested, and they actually paid my claim. So I just wanted Americans to be informed. Now, if you go into the American healthcare system and you have no knowledge of it, that's a very dangerous position to be in, because medical errors are still the third leading cause of death. So think about that for a second. And it's not like people want to error, but there's doctors and nurses who are pushed by these insurance companies to see certain amounts of patients. And sometimes they make mistakes. It happens. You just don't want to be on the other end of it. So this book is geared to make you knowledgeable about the American healthcare system. So when you walk in, let's say you're going for an elective surgery, and you bag up your own medications because you read the chapter about going for surgery in the book. And so you bag up your own medications and you tell them, while I'm here in the hospital, I want you to give me my own medications. Boom. You're not getting the $50 Tylenol, right? And the upcharge for that. Or if you're going to get surgery, you want to be the first case of the day, because that's when your surgeon is the sharpest, right? So, and plus you're not going to be able to eat or drink anything. So wait till 4:00 in the afternoon is miserable. But statistics show that first cases of the day do better than last cases of the day. So, all these kind of things that I picked up on my healthcare journey while I was in the business and still am, I just put it on paper because I want to help people. I've heard from a lot of people who said it was life-changing. They knew what to do. One guy told me when he had started asking the surgeon all those questions, are you on call the night before? I want to be the first case of the day. And that surgeon was just like, are you a doctor? And he's like, no, but I'm educated. Uh-huh. So, that book, How to Avoid Being a Victim of the American Healthcare System, you can find it on Amazon. You can also find me, if you need a more personal approach, at drdavidhelps.com, drdavidhelps.com. I'm out there. I'm here for you. I want to make sure that everybody's educated. And, healthcare is very personal. And so when we have business entities that don't treat it that way, we as Americans need to hold them accountable.
I will have all of that information in the links, because more now than ever, we need a lot of what the knowledge that you've put out there. By the way, I don't remember, is there a chapter on Medicare Advantage in there at all?
No, there isn't. And that's the one thing like I've been toying with writing a book about Medicare in general and Medicare Advantage, and because I get so many questions about it. That's like probably the number one question I get all the time. How do I
have a suggestion for you, Dr. Wilcox? A real good suggestion, and that is your book is already on Amazon. Your book is already in ebook form. Yep. You don't have to just add another chapter, an appendix to that book that you already have written, and just add it in. It's kind of dynamic these times with the way you can do books, because I think that is important. And then re-release the book, because more than ever, we need a lot of what you speak about, my brother.
Yes, I agree with you 100%, especially as people are aging and they don't. I mean, Medicare doesn't make it easy to sign up. Let's figure you got to have Part A, B, D if you're using prescriptions, and then you got to get gap insurance. Whereas the Medicare Advantage, the one thing that they do have and they market very well is, hey, no problem, man, I'll take care of you. It's going to cost you a lot less money. Come on over here. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But in the end, they are an insurance company. They're there to make a profit. And if you get really sick, you're going to have problems.
Well, Dr. Wilcox, you've spoken to me before. What should I have asked? What should we have talked about that we didn't?
I think we pretty much covered it. I'm hoping that my Columbine theory is wrong, but I just, the reaction from Americans on both sides of this issue is definitely speaks volumes to me about, I don't think this is going to be a one and done incident.
Well, it's interesting because a plurality of younger folks, and it's amazing that I find it to be that of younger folks. A plurality of them actually are on the side or said that he did. They're lifting him up as a hero for finally giving the system. Our system needs a lot of work, and we're going to have to find a way to do it, and we're going to have to find a way to do it peacefully.
Yes, we are. Definitely agree with you. And also, one thing we should discuss is under the new administration that's coming in, Dr. Oz is a big believer in Medicare Advantage. He holds over $500,000 worth of stock in United Healthcare, at least in 2022 when he had to reveal all that to run for office. So he's going to be pushing to privatize Medicare. So when we start to see that, we need to fight back, because that is the wrong move. That's not a move for Americans. That's a move for profit, to put money in people's pockets and privatize Medicare using Medicare Advantage. So stay alert and stay focused on that issue.
Well, you will be back on again, Dr. Wilcox, because we have to make sure and keep folks informed. We know the mainstream media, who gets a whole lot of money from all these different insurance companies, they will not spend the necessary amount of time. They will mention it, but they won't spend the necessary amount of time on it where people are actually hearing the message. Dr. Wilcox, thank you so kindly. Author of How to Avoid Being a Victim of the American Healthcare System, a Patient Handbooks for Survival, that you can find at Amazon and in the links in the accompanying blog. Thank you so kindly for having been on Politics Done Right.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see your smiling face, my friend.
Thank you, my brother. All right, that was Dr. Wilcox, and you heard his statements make a whole lot of sense. Anyway, folks, we have another important video to go, but let me go ahead and read a few things. It's interesting because, as it turns out, Mike Cisak just said, "Oh, this young lady was a leftist." Well, she was given sort of the white supremacist signals on her website. I wonder what does that mean, Mr. Cisak? Well, Mr. Cisak say, Egberto, not according to the writing that they made before the shooting. They are not white supremacists, actually. The writing that the people are circulating as being from her, it's not known if it's from her. But by the way, we do have the pictures of her with the actual white supremacist sign. So I think you need to be careful with what you're putting out there, my friend. All right, let's see. Again, I don't know where you get your information. Paul Fleming says Medicare operates at about 2% administrative costs. Private insurers operate at around 30% administrative costs. And if you use other technicalities that they use, my dear brother, it can be even higher than that. Those guys are legal thugs.
All right, before I continue, I need to go into brother E2247's numbers. I saw it earlier. Let me find it because I promised that I would keep Gaza on the tips of my tongue. We're U.S. in situation of Gaza. I need to start before that. About 850,000. Man, it's all over the place. So let me get up there. There we go. Day 439 of the war equals 45,097 Gazan killed. That's about 3,339 persons more than on day 365, and at least 107,244 wounded, 10,264 persons more than on day 365, equal 152,341 casualties. That's a shame. That has surpassed the carnage that occurred in Panama. And by orders of magnitude, if you count the population size into account, shame on us for being complicit in this genocide. Yes, we are complicit. All of us are, because we are funding that which gives this. E2247 says, Egberto, thanks for putting up this interview. Yes, it's a very important interview. Paul Fleming says Elon Musk and SpaceX have repeatedly failed to comply with federal reporting protocols aimed at protecting state secrets. Concerns about the reporting practices, and particularly about Musk, have triggered at least 3 federal reviews. The Air Force also recently denied Musk a high-level security access, citing potential security and associated with the billionaire. The guy is first of all, I don't know if you guys actually know this, but at one point he was in fact an illegal alien. And who told us that? His brother. So let's be clear here. What he's fighting now are things that he's gone through himself. All right. In a flurry of posts Wednesday on his social media, Elon Musk derided a Republican-backed government spending bill that, if not passed by Friday, would lead to a government shutdown. He better watch out, because if the government shut down, he may not get paid, So let's be clear. Anyhow, folks, I have a cleanup of something I did this morning with regards to the IRS. And, well, I tell you what, let me just go ahead and play it for you, and then we'll take it on the other side. As you know, I don't know how you do your taxes, but I have this Willys Media and, of course, the software company that I was placed in hiatus when I started doing activist journalism, and, of course, my personal taxes. And every year it costs me quite a few dollars to go ahead and get TurboTax. That's what I use. But there are several other programs that people use to their taxes. Well, it costs money. And I always wondered, why should it cost money? Some people can't even use these programs that they pay for. They may actually go get a consultant to help them do their taxes. So given that the government is the one who analyzes what type of income you have, etc., whether you need to pay taxes on it, you would think that the government will have the program that they should give you to tell you how much taxes you owe them. So it's a logical thing. And it's something that shouldn't cost money. It's something that the billionaires, right, Jack? Something the billionaires shouldn't be making money off of. I make money off of you paying your taxes. I always thought that was crazy. A company sprouts up and builds a product, charge you for that product, purportedly to make your life easier to file taxes. And the government saw that that was a problem as well. So they decided to create a program, a free program for people who needed to file their taxes. Very logical. Nothing controversial about that. You think? Well, of course, the billionaires got to the Republicans, and the Republicans said indirect file on day one, says House Republicans. In other words, they want to tell all of the people who don't use TurboTax, because again, either they can't afford it, or, they just want to file their taxes. They say the billionaires told their slaves in Congress, hey guys, we want to continue making money off the backs of the American people. Stop giving them that program that allows them to file their taxes for free.
They need to pay the corporations to file their taxes. We need to make money on them filing their taxes. They want to make a piece of they want to turn every service into something that they can make a buck on. It turns out that this is what they said. In a December 10 letter, the lawmakers contend that direct file, which was piloted in 12 states during the last filing session, presents a conflict of interest for the IRS. I mean, that the things that these guys come up with, the IRS collects your taxes. In order for you to file your taxes, it's a complicated process because how many deductions you have, all that good stuff, right? So the IRS makes it simple by creating a program to make it simple, just like TurboTax thought to create a program to make it simple. Now they're saying it's a conflict of interest by the government for the government to tell you how much you owe. I mean, if it's laughable, it is completely laughable. And that they want now to tell, in effect, and this is where Democrats a lot of times fail. Okay. Here we have Republicans telling Trump, as soon as he gets into office, to cut the program that allows the IRS to give filers a program to make their taxes easier to file. In other words, the Republicans are saying, let's apply a tax. Let's apply a tax to the American people to pay their taxes. Because when they could do it for free, because again, it's the government collecting your taxes, the Republicans are now saying, no, let them pay to file. Let these corporations that make a bunch of money on each one of you tax filers, let them continue to make the money. I mean, can you see this, folks? Can you understand what's happening here? This has nothing to do with conflict of interest. Nothing to do with conflict of interest. It has everything to do with them telling you that you have to pay to get your complicated taxes done. And now the DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, they want to look that up as, hey, that's an expense we can cut from the government. In other words, no, they're not cutting that expense from the government. They're taxing you. So I have a message for Democrats. If the papers were turned, by now there would be ads on air. The Republicans would be running ads on air right now, telling you that the government is taxing you to pay your taxes. And you know what I hear from Democrats? Crickets. Do you want to know why failed policy? Why the party with failed policies win? Because you don't have folks out there informing Americans of the predatory nature of the Republican Party and those who support the Republican Party. So people who are in fact Republicans don't realize that their own party is screwing them. Can you see that? Again, the government gives you the free the website so that you can file your taxes free of charge on the website, but they don't want that. They want TurboTax and all these other software companies that sells you something to file your taxes to make it easier. But I have something for them. Here's what they say. It's less efficient. Well, they forget that for TurboTax to automatically file your taxes, they have to have a gateway to the government computers. You know, when you use TurboTax and it says, are you ready to file? And you say yes, it calls up the government computer, transmit all that information to the government computer, and then the government goes ahead, hits computer, fact checks that stuff from TurboTax, and then says, okay, TurboTax, we accept that filing. Here's what TurboTax is telling you. TurboTax is saying it is okay for the government to spend money to create a software interface to work with TurboTax and all these other platforms, instead of saying we don't need to create that gateway. We just have to present it to the people who are the ones actually paying the taxes. We don't need a middle person. We don't need a middleman. We don't need a middle woman. We can actually go directly to the taxpayer and say, taxpayer, fill out these forms to pay your taxes. It is amazing. It is amazing the thievery sanctioned by our Republican legislature, or the thievery attempted by our Republican congressional house. But it is amazing because when I talk about that party having the proclivity to screw its own, again, they are taxing both Republicans and Democrats when they go ahead and say, kill the program and let TurboTax make a whole bunch of money on you, right? So here we go. The second story that I had today, going to show you how corrupt these guys are. The second story is the USPS challenges already being tested. And in this article at the Daily Kos, what is really happening is in order to make the Postal Service more, in their terms, efficient, what they mean is make a profit. They want to go to the least profitable areas of the Postal Service. Okay, folks, you remember when you saw the election and you saw the map? The map looked very red. The map didn't look very red because most people are Republicans. That's not why the map looked very red. The map looked very red because in those red areas, in most of those areas, only a little bit of people live there. So you have if County A looks red, the reality is there are few people in County A. Then you have a little county called Harris County, and it's blue, surrounded by red. In that little Harris County, there are a lot more people than just everything around it. Okay? So what you have is the Republican voter in the aggregate. They are scattered all over the country in small areas. But here's the kicker. The Postal Service charges the same amount to send a letter to Timbuktu, Yoakum, Texas, or next door to Houston, Texas. All right? Same amount of money. So in other words, those of us who live in Houston, Texas, are subsidizing the letters that go to Yoakum, Texas, because it's very small in Yoakum, Texas. And I'm just using Yoakum as an example. It's very small, and, having a complete mail-in program, the truck going out, burning gas, all of that, to service a small amount of people, is inherently inefficient. That is inherently inefficient. But we do it. Why? One, the Constitution says we should. But secondly, because, again, we want our country to be connected. We want our country to be connected. So we make sure that everybody pays the same amount to send the letter to keep us connected. Of course, we use the internet now, but you get the drift. What does DeJoy and the corrupt folks want to do? All those little post offices in those little towns, they either want to close them, or they want to make sure that they don't have to get deliveries every day, or one of these things. In all these rural areas that we're again, it's inefficient to deliver mail. They want to do something about it. But I want to recall something else that we spoke about yesterday. Whereas UPS already doesn't go to these rural areas, FedEx already doesn't go to those rural areas. The United States Postal Service does. And guess who uses the United States Postal Service to deliver their mail to the rural areas, to deliver their packages to the rural areas? The good old post office. That good old post office that people think they should hate because a lot of folks are telling you to hate them. No. Even UPS uses the United States Post Office to deliver their last few miles on packages in Timbuktu, America. And now they want DOGE, Department of, it's not really a department, but of efficiency or whatever the hell they call it. Now they are talking about, hey, now we can cut down the United States Postal Service. Get rid of those rural areas. So folks, the people who vote for these people are the ones that they're going to screw themselves. You voted rural America. You voted for people who are talking about, guess what? making sure your deliveries are not on time, making sure you don't get deliveries every day. So they're taking services away from you. You voted them in. People you didn't care about voting for. They're fighting like hell right now to try to make sure all of you get your mail on time, to make sure you get your services. But the people you voted for look at you and say, it's not efficient to deliver to you.
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number 1, subscribe to our channel. And number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join.
Let's be clear here, folks. First, the CSAC. The government loses over $200 billion a year in taxes from wealthy people. And I can actually multiply that amount if we talk about what they're not declaring. Now we can go even further to say that investing in all those IRS workers will more than pay for themselves. In fact, it'll reduce the deficit because, again, of all the tax cheats the wealthy represents. All right. Let's see what else. And as far as Doge is concerned, Hayes, I know that you're not that gullible. If you have somebody like Musk in charge of, Musk in charge of Doge, Musk is one of the biggest suckers of the government's tits than anybody else. He is a welfare king. That is Musk when it comes to what the government gives him. So please, how the hell could he possibly be a good watcher? You guys are so gullible. You fall for the wealthy. You just have to say, I'm wealthy. And you say, okay, how much of my hard-earned dollar do you want to receive? I'll give it to you. Anyway, folks, those are the 2 videos that we had for today. If anybody wants to give me a call, the number is 281-823-7747. Again, that number is 281-823-7747. Give me a call if you want to add anything to the discussion on the 2 subjects we covered. Actually, we covered 3 subjects. I am here waiting for whatever or whichever or whomever gives me a call. We are having some technical problems with YouTube today, as well as some technical problems with Substack. I have some emails out to Substack right now. With regards to YouTube, I think I've figured out what the problem is. Unfortunately, we can't solve the YouTube problems without creating a separate event for doing this stuff. But I am going to start looking into creating a what do you call that again? A backup thread to go ahead and connect to YouTube that way at another time. But we'll see how that works out. Anyway, give me a call. 281-823-7747. Can't wait to hear from you. Who wants to call? Bridge MCP? Is there anything that you'd like to add to the discussion? Politics Done Right from Eric Hayes. Egberto Willies is being slowed down. It's called throttled. I mean, if you take a look at, there are only 42 people right now on this particular platform. There are a lot more if I expand to the other platforms that are listening right now. This is Twitter and the other one. Normally, I should be having several hundred on Twitter, but what can I say? Don't you think AI is going to figure out what kind of words we're using? That's it. All automatic these days, guys. All automatic these days. Anyway, give me a call. 281-823-7747. I think that's the number. 281-823-7747. If you have anything to add to the program. If we don't have anything else to add to the program, I'm going to start to wind us down by asking you to support the station. How can you support it? You can support it by becoming paid subscribers of our newsletter. And how do you become a paid subscriber of our newsletter? You go to politicsdoneright.com/Substack. Again, that is, no. What am I saying? politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. What am I saying? politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. If you want to support us in any other fashion, you can also go to politicsdoneright.com/books to purchase any one of our books. And again, come on, why aren't you working here? Let's do that again. Copy that. Let's go here. Hit that. Control V. There you go. Or politicsdoneright.com/books if you want to purchase our books, or if you want to find any other form of support. All our books free of charge by going to politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. Become a paid subscriber, and you get access to all, I repeat, you get access to all of our current books, and even better, all the subsequent books that I write, you will have access to it as well. All right, let's see what else we got here before I close this baby down. Para ver qué más tengo aquí. All right, everything else here is good. Again, please support the station. I got to get out of here because no calls are coming in. And if no calls are coming in, what I'll go do is I'll go repair the issues that we've had with the program. Anyway, folks, love you all. Thank you all for being here. I'm missing a few of our regulars that I don't see, and it's probably because they can't get in through YouTube. Hey, there is Bruce Pollard. Hey, Bruce, how you doing? Maybe they will outsource the states that are losing money. I know, right? Maybe they should do that, Bruce. Good point. Anyway, Bruce, we need to go for some coffee before the holiday is over, man. Anyway, let's chill. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right. And you know how I end this baby. I am what? You know what I am?
We spend a lot of time deconstructing the news, trying to parse it into a form that everybody can understand. We try to find those little nitpicks where it flies above the fray, etc. If you really like these videos that we do, I want to ask a big favor. Please go ahead. Number 1, subscribe to our channel. And number 2, please join if you can. Thank you so kindly for watching. Keep watching. Please remember to share. We must populate the entire internet with our progressive message, a message that we know is what most Americans say that they want. So help us, please join. Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willies. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also send me a tweet at EGBERTOWILLIES. That is at Egberto Willies. Let us engage. It is Politics Done Right.
Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies. Welcome to Politics Done Right. My name is Egberto Willies, your host. Good morning, Houston. Good morning, Harris County. Good morning to the great state of Texas. Good morning to Northeast Texas, Southeast Texas, Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana, and to every nook and cranny receiving the signals from our 100,000 watt transmitter, going into those magical boxes known as radios, aka the Howard Reynolds machines. Anyway, welcome to the rest of the world who receives us through the magic of El Internet, the internet formerly known as the ARPANET.
created by we the people, funded by we the people, and now controlled by the billionaires. But you know what, folks? What are we going to do? We're going to take all back from those who took it away from us. But without further ado, let's go to El Estudio with the geniuses, Howard Reynolds, Jack Van Bebber.
Jack, do you have your Take It Back kit done yet?
Well, I'm working on that one.
Okay, be sure to include some dynamite sticks. Okay?
Yes. Yeah, we got them right here on the mics.
I think. Oh yeah, we do, don't we?
Dynamite sticks on our mics.
Wednesday morning. No, it is Thursday morning at the radio, December 19th, 2024. And good morning, Egberto. It's going to be another fine day. I happen to notice this morning that the Donald has torpedoed the government funding bill.
Oh my
Mike
God.
Johnson's bipartisan funding bill threw a fit over something. It doesn't say exactly what it is and why he did it. I'm probably going to investigate that more as we go along this morning. I just like to know why he does this. And, let this be a warning to all the other Republican representatives. When they have a bill that they put together, he's going to do the same thing to you. He'll torpedo it. Because
they need to get permission first.
Well, here's the thing, Howard. I don't know a damn thing about that. I just know that they didn't kiss the ring. So, you can't pass that bill.
Let me tell you, Howard, they forgot the most important thing. You want to pass a bill from now on, you have to go through Musk. Musk will then give the president or the elected president permission to do it. And then it'll get done. But, one of the reasons they've torpedoed the bill is they want to. Do you remember the debt increase fight about actually, I think it was last year or the year before, when they were going to shut the government down and end our credit and all of that. And it was going to turn the entire world into a turmoil because Republicans were concerned about spending and they didn't want to have the debt increase. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Well, now, what they want before Trump comes into power, they want a debt increase so that it looked like the debt increase was not passed under Trump, but there's
Biden.
A big debt increase. Yeah. So what they want is to pass a debt increase in this continuing bill. And the Democrats better not give them that. They better, if they want to increase the debt, let them go through what Biden went through in order to get through the debt. It's a nasty game. Anyway, let me throw it right back to you, brother.
Well, okay. Jack has about a half a page of wisdom here, and maybe he's got a better rant than I do. What you got, man?
Well, good morning, Egberto. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Jack, talk to me.
All right. Your topic this morning. I'm gonna say what Jonathan Cantor said. This quote is from U.S. Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Cantor. It says it all. When companies larger and wealthier and more powerful than most world governments threaten individual liberty with coercive private taxation and regulation, it threatens our way of life. And I believe that's exactly what we'll see this next Trump administration. He's appointing billionaires and Project 2025 authors to cabinet positions. What me worry? What could go wrong?
You want a list? I think I can conjure a list here real quick.
I had to do my Alfred E. Newman.
I understand. All righty then. Egberto, what you got? You got a great show, and Neil Aquino is here today. So let's get after it.
Yeah, we'll get at it, man. The one and only El Señor Neil Aquino, founder of the Houston Democracy Project at HoustonDemocracyProject.com. I repeat, HoustonDemocracyProject.com. I want to make sure that people go out there and stay informed. Remember, folks, we have a mainstream media that is being co-opted by the new administration. We'll go into that later. And that's why we have projects. We have entities like the HoustonDemocracyProject.com. Actually, it's HoustonDemocracyProject.com. Because, again, we are going to have all avenues by a whole lot of small, by hundreds, by thousands of independent media people out there informing. Neil is one of many that we are getting out there and making sure we keep people informed. Anyway, my brother from another mother. Good morning, Neil. How you doing?
Good morning, Egberto. Good morning, studio. Good morning, local, regional, and vast global audience. And we appreciate you joining us. A lot of people are checked out for the holidays. I got a big artificial tree inside, and I got but then I bought a 4 foot, 3 foot outside tree as well, a natural tree. And so I got an inside and an outside tree and some menorahs as well. And I want distraction for the holidays, but here we're engaged today.
Well, you know what? It's important. You know what? Because even on Christmas, I am thinking about who I'm going to be spending Christmas with. And I have a feeling we're going to have a whole lot of political discussions on Christmas. The only good thing about it is when we have these political discussions, whether we disagree or not, we usually keep it pretty mellow. And, you know, given that the food is so damn good, half the time you forget that you're mad at each other for certain.
Right. I don't have excuse me. I don't have much family around, I've got a few. Mm-hmm. I have an aunt apparently in Rhode Island. I'm told she has a picture of Trump in her home, hang it up on her wall. I don't speak to her too much. I did send her some pictures from Washington. Just when I'm on vacation, just to keep a little contact up. But I'll be here with the immediate folks and the two trees.
There you go. Well, hey, that's what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. But look, we're going to have it's going to be a difficult 4 years. I want everybody to get ready for that. It's going to be a difficult 4 years. What I want everybody to do as well is remember we still, and notice I say we can lose it, but we still have a democracy. And if we make sure not to do what we've done too often, which is think that just being quiet and just waiting it out is going to work, that is no longer a viable option. Everybody has got to be engaged with everything that's happening. Everything needs to be called out. Recently, I think I did it here on my program. Actually, I did it here on the program yesterday, which I cut off and replayed on the 3 o'clock show to point out to our rural brothers and sisters who are predominantly conservative voting folks. There's nothing wrong with being a conservative, etc. But when you are lied to for the policies that are going to get executed, and then you start to see it and not understand what's going on, it is our job. It is your job, Neil. It is my job. It is Howard's job, Jack's job to go out there and inform. And yes, I want to repeat something that I said yesterday. 2 subjects. Income tax preparation and the USPS privatization. Those 2 topics are the first things being tackled right now on the right. And who does that affect disproportionately? People in rural areas. Reduction in the delivery of your mail or the increase in the prices of your mail means that you're already far away, which means you order a lot of stuff by mail. And now they're talking about restricting how often your mail is picked up, how often your mail is delivered, even if you're going to have a post office. That doesn't affect us here. These big blue areas in the cities, hey, guess what? We will be fine. We will do just fine because guess what? All the big distribution areas are here. But our rural brothers and sisters, what the Republicans are doing to save some money with the USPS, and I'm not even talking solely about privatization. I'm talking about how often they deliver your mail, how often they pick up the mail, how much does it cost. That affects you more than it affects folks in the cities.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Not only that, you saw where Ken Paxton is suing the doctor in New York for mailing birth control pills, and then they want to surveil your content. Maybe you get something indicating you're transgendered, and that's one more. I think to myself, how could I communicate? Because everything we do over this stuff is monitored and tracked, and I think to myself, in some ways, it's retro, but maybe a way you could communicate with someone was sending them a letter, and you get this through Bezos mail or whatever they do. That's just one more way for everything to be tracked and watched and handed over.
Exactly. So it's important. And the other thing that I spoke about, Neil, is tax preparation software. Right. The people who levy taxes, or the people who get the Congress gives the power of the IRS to levy taxes, and they determine what the tax laws are going to be. And after that occurs, the IRS implements it. Right now, the way it's done is TurboTax and all these tax preparation software gets entry into your government system so that they can transmit your return that you prepared through their software to the IRS. Well, the IRS says, why should we, the individual people, have to pay some third party so that they can file their taxes? It's the tax is being paid to the government. Doesn't it make sense for the government to give you the portal to do your taxes? Right. Of course it does. And now they're saying, well, that is a conflict of interest. How the hell is that a conflict of interest when the government is simply collecting money for its taxes? It makes no sense. And who does this affect lower end people? Because lower end people, people that make, when I say lower end, I'm talking economically, that's a tax on them, another $100 or $150 for the tax preparation software. It makes no sense. And again, rural people who are, generally speaking, less economically, they have less money. That affects them more. Yeah. So people, my brothers and my sisters in rural areas who are listening to me, they tell you one thing, but the policies they implement, it hurts all of us, but it hurts you more. If you want to know why Appalachia is in the state that it's in, think about it. Think about who you vote for. And think about what happens in Appalachia. They cut your mountains down. They pollute your streams because you don't want regulations, right? They do all these things to you. They do it to you. And when you get mercury in your blood, or when you get the diseases, the health care that's needed to mitigate what they've done to you, what do they ask you again? Or what do they tell you? We don't believe in Medicare for all. If you can't afford health care, tough, die. Because if you want Medicaid, you got to be real broke. You better not have a house. You better not have this. You better not have that. Because you got to be dirt poor before the government ever tries to give you any kind of health assistance. Because individualism, right? We believe in individualism. We believe in lifting yourself up by the bootstraps. Of course, we have Musk sucking on the you-know-what of the government because all his businesses, it's your taxpayer money going directly to Musk. Many of their cloud money goes directly to Bezos. So, folks, the billionaires are ripping us off left and right with a smile. And you know who are their biggest defenders? The people who they're screwing the most. But anyway, that's my first rant of the morning. How you doing, Neil? I know you want to talk about something special. And then
you know what? That's
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed you. You were going to take it?
No. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's a good segue. That really gets, and I'll say also the Postal Service has long been a path to the middle class. I have some very close family members. There were 3 daughters in the home, and the one income predominantly, and the guy was a postal supervisor. All 3 daughters went to college, and that's another path to the middle class that they're killing. But this is a great lead off to what I want to talk about on the Houston Democracy Project blog. I was looking at Facebook a couple mornings ago, and I saw where teams, Harris County-based Teamsters Local 988 authorized to strike against the big food company Sysco.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at that, and my initial thought was, yeah, whatever, because that the National Teamsters Union had failed to endorse, and their president Boyle had been hanging around with Trump. And so initially I had a little bit of cynicism, but I said, no, that's not fair. And so I went to their Facebook page. They have an active Facebook page. This is Teamsters Local 988 in Harris County. And one thing that was interesting, they have a little history of the union on their Facebook page. And they talk about how this used to be 2 locals. And as industry changed, previously Local 968 had been divided between freight drivers and warehouse workers who worked primarily in the grocery industry at places like Weingarten's in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't enough people anymore for 2 locals. And so now we went to 1 local. Local 988 says it has 8,000 members in Harris County. And I looked at the picture of the meeting. So there's a picture, and it's on my blog from their Facebook page, of the meeting where the strike was authorized. And it was predominantly Black and brown. And I went through their Facebook page, curious if they had endorsed Harris, because then I started thinking, and I've frequently commented them on our Houston firefighters local 341. And the Teamsters Local 988, despite the Teamsters non-endorsement, they endorsed Harris. They did the right thing. They endorsed Harris. And what a sharp contrast to the firefighters union. The firefighters union, an AFL-CIO union, which has taken so much of our civic money, and the controller, Chris Hollins, has said that they've put our city financial status at risk. This is an article from Politico last October that the National Firefighters Union was on the cusp of endorsing Harris. But locals in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and some officials in Los Angeles and Houston threatened to pull out of the larger union. Some threatened to pull out of the larger union if they endorsed Harris. So I wanted to make that one point, that that the local Teamsters Union 988 did endorse Harris. The firefighters union, who gets so much of our taxpayer money in a Harris Democratic voting city, the firefighters didn't do. So that just speaks to the autonomy that we have, the decisions that we make. Both unions were confronted by national union entities that did not endorse. And so I want to appreciate these workers at the Teamsters Local 988. And it got me to thinking more about labor. It got me to thinking. So I had read a book. It's called Rust Belt Union Blues. Rust Belt Union Blues. It's a good book, and just about 300 pages, easy read, about the rise of Republican voting by union members in West Pennsylvania over the last 30 or 40 years. And I liked the book because it didn't really excuse the workers, but it was fair. It was fair-minded at the same time. And so I'd really suggest it. Rust Belt Union Blues. Exit polls, reliable exit polls, had union voters voting for Harris 57-41. 57-41. And I don't know what that 41% was thinking, but they were not thinking about their union. Now, in some respects, you can't blame them, because you see all these unions, Teamsters, firefighters, some of the longshoremen, they're willing to buck the interest of the overall labor movement for what they want. So you really can't expect workers within the locals. If the unions themselves don't have loyalty to working class interests, why would you expect the rank and file members to do so? And if you have a group, we think naturally, inherently, that labor is an ally. If 41% of the membership of a group or interest is backing Trump and these authoritarians, that is not a group or an interest we can trust in the difficult days ahead. And sometimes what I find myself thinking, unions will give money to Democratic candidates, and I But sometimes I think of them basically as an ATM, that if they're given the money, fine. But can I fully trust it? No. And I think that's something as progressives that we need to, in this political environment, if you're not a reliable ally, that needs to be seen. Locally, the Texas Gulf Coast AFL-CIO Labor Council is a strong backer of Whitmire and the firefighters. I've read in the past that they could be holding Mayor Whitmire accountable for his refusal to talk about the prospect of deportations, the refusal to spend any of his $10 million in the campaign bank to help local county political Democratic candidates. The Texas AFL-CIO was early in calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Mayor Whitmire has tried to ban pro-Palestinian protesters for protesting at his house. And Mayor Whitmire's relentless attacks on public transit fall hardest on working people and disadvantaged Houstonians who often need public transit. And also there are Mayor Whitmire's endless attacks on the county judge and on Chris Hollins, who are labor-backed candidates. So there's ways that the local AFL-CIO could be holding Mayor Whitmire accountable. The labor also needs to be doing better education of its members. If we're asked to support labor, 41% of your members are voting for Trump. What effort are you making? Are you making the tough internal fights to alter the course of what they're doing? So I support labor, support the right to strike, support the right to organize. But in this political environment where it often feels that we're on our own, I can't personally live like that and retain any hope. But you've got to show concrete proof that you're an ally, you're a friend, and 40% of your members, without a hard effort to change their mind, voting for Trump. Big important municipal unions like the firefighters having apparently an active role in not endorsing Harris, and looking the other way as Mayor Whitmire hangs out with Dan Patrick or the land commissioner Buckingham, who wants to give detention camp space to Trump, and not being an active ally of progressive causes in Houston. That's stuff we got to address, and that's stuff we need to be aware of as progressives and just freedom-loving Americans.
I so agree with you. I think the union's leadership need to be held accountable for not educating their membership that the policies of Donald Trump are actually anti-union. So being in a union and supporting Donald Trump it simply shows. I'm sorry. It shows a lack, not only a lack of understanding of politics, but a complete. I don't even know the word to do, but set a statement against oneself. It's almost a self-hate thing. But unfortunately, they use a lot of techniques to do that. They racialize things. They classify things. They also use they use all these identity mix-ups to try to get people to be at each other's throats. And it is something that we need to solve. But anyway, we got some callers. So let's go ahead and go to Brother Bruce. Come on in, Bruce.
Yeah, Egberto, this won't be quite as quick. I have two questions. Well, I have a question and I have a statement. The statement is 3 books changed my thinking about everything. One is Escape from Freedom by Eric Fromm. The other one is From Freedom to Slavery by Jerry Spence. And, of course, Mary Trump, Anything She Wrote. And I want to get your book, so I need the name of your book again so I can have the local book store order it for me. The policy question I have is President Musk and Vice President Trump have mentioned that they want to get rid of the FDIC. Give me your expertise on what they're up to with that. And that's all I have. I'm getting off.
The only reason that I can think that they would want to get rid of the FDIC is to have more control over what banks can do. Because what happens is if you are a member of the FDIC, there are certain rules that as a banker you have to follow. Otherwise, I sit back and say it makes no sense because it's the only thing saves that, to put it bluntly, it's the only thing that saved the banking sector during the 2008 meltdown. All right. In fact, they propped up the FDIC during the 2008 meltdown so that it would pay off most people instead of just a cap that it has right now. I believe it's at $200,000 in deposits.
And they want you to put the money in crypto. They don't want you to have any confidence. They want in traditional systems, they want you to put the money in crypto and Godspeed if you think that's going to profit you.
Well, you know what? That is why I said they don't want they want to get rid of regulations, right? Because crypto is not something that's regulated. So therefore, if you lose your crypto, you lose everything. Let me tell you, right now, people are losing their crypto. If you forget your password or something like that, your money is gone. In other words, it doesn't exist anymore. For those who don't understand what crypto is just a token that is received from a computer program that simply runs a formula over and over and over till it gets a unique number. And that unique number becomes a piece of money. And when they say we're mining for crypto dollars, what you're doing is you're mining for a particular number that shares a certain set of characteristics. When that number is found, it is placed on a chart in thousands of computers around the world. So one of the other things with crypto, it is very energy intensive, since all these things have to be kept in databases on thousands of computers that compare each other throughout the system. It's a ridiculously silly system where a lot of people have made a lot of money. It's no better than gambling. It's a step above the stock market in gambling. And the stock market is a gambling mechanism, but we can get into that another time. Let's go to Bart. Come on in, Bart.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning, Neil. I'm happy to hear that you're going after Whitmire. He's just another Democrat in there doing Democrat things. But
well, he says he's a Democrat. I think he actually believes he's a Democrat, but I think that speaks to the ethos that Egberto sets for the show, that we're not straight party line folks. I'd be happy to his ally, Carol Alvarado, be happy to offer some criticisms of her too.
Good. I agree. But my question is, do you think that anybody, maybe the Texas Rangers, wherever, go after Sylvester Turner for all the corruption that was in his department with the Houston Housing Authority and the water department contracts? And I know they made Troy Finner, the interim chief, the scapegoat of the 250,000 dismissed cases. That's here.
I'll tell you, Bart, I read that 90-page report, and there needed to be some, not scapegoats, but there was, I read the 90-page report where the former councilwoman and Mayor Pro Tem Ellen Cohen was the chair, and there were others, I'm sorry, I forget who worked on it. But there's a 90-page report on that dismissed case where they said lack of resources and used a code that they were not allowed to use. And all I can say is that there was a lot of long-term looking the other way, knowing that code was wrong, and the media should have aggressively covered that. I'm not going to get in. I don't know who individually should have been fired or moved on, but if that had happened on my watch, I would not be proud of that. And I appreciate you calling and making that comment about widespread inattentiveness to duty by our Houston Police Department, because that's what that case was. And that's really been swept under the rug.
Yeah, and the chief before Finner, what was his name? I forgot, but he just went on about. Yes, he should be held accountable.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
wow,
HPD really got away with that. And there's a long-term, why don't we every time we talk about more crime or not, whether crime is up or it's just being talked about, we blame the judges, we blame this and that. Why are police never held accountable? I mean, isn't that their job to stop crime? Why do the answer is always more police? But the answer never seems to be, hey, couldn't our police be doing better?
I agree. We're on the same page.
Absolutely.
Wow. I love every time we find some sort of a kumbaya moment. So, Bart, anything else you want to ask? And folks, the telephone number is 713-526-5738. Again, the number is 713-526-5738. All lines are open after Brother Bart is done. Anything else, Bart?
Yeah, I do want to add one thing. Since we're having all these good feelings, I need to turn that around. I mean, I'm sick of you guys talking about how great Kamala Harris is. She blew $1 billion in 100. What was it? $2 billion or $1 billion?
No, it's $1.2 billion. And you and I thought you said you wanted to come up with something that we will disagree on. I think that $1.2 billion was blown too. Unfortunately, when you leave certain things up to the establishment and certain things up to the elitist in Washington, who will never know a working class person if they spit in their face. So again, you're absolutely right, Bart.
Right. And we were talking about how great Harris is. We were, if you're referencing what we discussed earlier, that it was right conduct for the Teamsters Local 988 to endorse Harris. We weren't saying coronate or deify her. We were just saying, it was proper for them to endorse her rather than the anti-worker Trump. And in terms of the 1.2 billion, I'd like to know where that money went. And that, you think of organizers, and that's in essence what Egberto and I are. And we're hoping for, to we solicit donations and contributions. It's tough. It's tough to see that amount of money go.
Blown.
I mean, that Las Vegas Spear, that big old video ball there in the middle of Las Vegas, I read that's where Harris was on. It's $450,000 a day. Just imagine if they had organized Black and brown and working class communities in Las Vegas or Reno in an effective manner, rather than spending the money on that big ball there.
Exactly. And so again, hey, Bart, my God, Bart, I think you are a progressive brother, man.
Well, from what I understand, she's left the Democrat Party in shambles. They are out of money. They have no rudder right now. They have no leader, and
let's clean that up. Let's clean that up some, Bart. Let me just tell you. You see, Brother Neil right here. That's a leader in the Democratic Party that you're looking at right now. You have leaders all over the Democratic Party, not because you don't see them on TV, mean they're leaderless. What needs to be done is to rid the Democratic Party of the establishment, which really is nothing more than the neoliberal set that is a faction of, both the Democratic and the other party is a faction of it. So, Bart, look, maybe keep on listening. I'm glad that you're listening, because it seems like you're coming to terms with a lot of good.
That's right. And before we go to the next caller, the kind caller two callers ago asked Egberto to plug his books. And here is Tribulations of an Afro-Latino Caribbean Man, an excellent book from Egberto.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to make sure that the caller got his request heard.
And, there's I think one of the ones he was asking about is how to make America utopia. That one talks about the economic system, as well as I see it, class warfare, the only resort to right-wing doom. I'm not plugging these. I'm on radio. But the caller asked, so I think I was obliged to respond.
I'm not plugging. I'm informing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If I missed across the prohibition. But those are books in response to the caller's call.
Exactly. Anything else, Bart, before I jump to Steve?
Yeah. So my point was that they were saying that Harris may run again in 4 years, and that made me so happy. I hope she does. Please, please, please let her run again. That would be so great for.
I think she'll more than run for president, likely run for governor. That's my expectation, really, for governor of California. Now, like I said, Harris' heart and her true beliefs, I know where they are based on her past experiences and based on who she is. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party did not allow that to come to fruition. Again, she was very well managed. So there's a lot to talk about there. But Bart, let's talk another time. Thank you for calling. And it looks like you and Neil have found some good common ground, brother.
Yeah. Looks like you're like the Grinch. Your heart has expanded by multiple sizes, and you now are a solid progressive. And I appreciate. It's a Christmas miracle.
Hey, have a great one. And in case I don't hear from you again, you have a happy Christmas, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, happy whatever you are, brother.
That's right.
Let's go to Steve.
Hey, Feliz Navidad, hermanos y hermanas.
Hey, hermano, estás hablando español. That's great. Talk to me, my brother.
Un poquito. Merry Christmas, Neil. Thanks for always being there weekly.
Thank you. Very kind. Right back at you.
Yeah, thank you both. I've got a Christmas wish for you, Egberto, particularly. Could you potentially change your show just a little bit? I know it's politics done right, but could you change it to Peter, PEDR, politics and economics done right?
Well, I'll think about it. Why don't I tell you what? Why don't you get a lot of folks to put different names in the pool, and then that's a good thing. But I kind of like that, though. I like the economics part because I'm an economic junkie, right?
Yeah, exactly. You did talk about the healthcare and all the inequalities here in the states. The haves and the have-nots, and the big wide range, and it's more for the people and not for the billionaire class, right?
Actually, hey, let me tell you something, brother. And I don't know if you realize this or not, but if Americans we don't have a grasp of the income and wealth disparity in this country. And we are so willing to believe that there is scarcity that we have to work as hard as we work, because Americans are the hardest workers on the planet. Let me tell you that. Americans are the hardest workers on the planet. And for what they receive in return from the plutocrats they work for, if they really understood the truth, there would be a revolt. Anyway, what else, Steve?
Oh, that's mostly it, but I agree. It's why work yourself, 15 hours a day to your death and not enjoy your family and your friends and what nature has to offer, right?
Exactly.
So, hopefully y'all have a great new year and happy holidays. Thanks.
Thank you, brother. You have one as well if I don't hear from you. Let's go to Brother Patrick. Come on in, Patrick.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. Talk to me.
Hey, surprisingly, I'm agreeing with Bart. The election was a waste of money, and I'm even going to sound even more right-wing with this because I'm going to sound like I'm proposing a conspiracy, but I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's kind of out in the open. I think that money was wasted intentionally. I don't think the Democrats wanted to win. And the reason why I can say that is every single time we get a progressive in, like AOC yesterday, they are extremely effective at defeating their own party. They defeated Bernie. They hate the squad. They don't want a progressive in, and it's starting to look like they don't even want to win. They look more like a controlled opposition.
Actually, I don't disagree with that at all. I'll tell you a little secret. I was supposed to attend a special meeting last night, right? And I kept on thinking about it. I signed up to go to a special meeting that was going to discuss a lot of things. I believe I felt that it was going to be what was going to be discussed was sort of what you were talking about here. And then when I thought about who the organizers of the event was, I said, you know what? I have a whole lot of blogs I need to write and get out and put stuff out to the people. Should I go ahead and waste 4 hours, an hour get in there, 2 hours in the meeting and an hour back to do that? And I said to myself, my 4 hours is better spent doing stuff that I think will talk to more people than talking among ourselves as those of us who are Democrats.
Let me
go ahead, Neil.
I wrote a post October 13th. So I think that the Harris folks wanted to win, but I think also that there is a controlled opposition is a good term, and there's a whole political class that wants its money. I wrote a post on the blog October 13th. Elected Democrats are often not connected to the concerns and hopes of party rank and file. They want to raise the money and hoard the money. You see where Rodney Ellis, John Whitmire have huge amounts of money that they don't spend. Raise campaign funds for whatever its permissive campaign finance allow. Tamp down voter turnout and political enthusiasm to avoid an active political climate that generates primaries, cater to donors, do as little as possible and still be an elected official, not anger Republicans in a legislative chamber who might control committee assignments. And you see that's a fight in the current Texas speaker's fight. Look for a safe place to land in an entirely possible authoritarian future. So there are plenty of reasons that electeds and the political class, I don't think they wanted Trump to win, but is it a controlled opposition? Is it sometimes a grift? Is there a whole bunch of money going on that we don't see? I think.
I think there's a lot of credence. I hear you, Neil. I think there's a lot of credence to Patrick with regards, and I think you're right. You are right. She wanted to win. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
The problem is enough people in the establishment really didn't give a damn because they're all a part of this cabal. And before you come back in, Patrick, I want to read something from Glenn Ryan. Glenn Ryan had 3 posts on the chat. One said, why not support a party that runs working class people? Then he says, wake up, Egberto. They have been saying, let's get rid of the neoliberals from the DNC since Clinton. Remember, Clinton established that, I forgot what it's called. It was a group of what I call blue dog Democrats. It won't happen, so go green. The DLC, I think it was called the Democratic
Leadership Council.
Right, DLC. It won't happen, go green. And then Glenn Ryan also says, then why do you continue to support the party establishment? Go left, my brother. Stop spinning your wheels. I really hear you, brother Glenn Ryan. But like I tell the Greens and I tell a lot of different groups that are trying to be parties, show me the way. Show me a viable way outside of the 2-party system. And let me take my host hat off and I will be on board. You are my ally, Mr. Glenn Ryan. You are. Show me the way. Show me a viable way and show me the path. I don't know everything. You don't know everything. Neil doesn't know everything. Patrick doesn't know everything. If somebody comes up with the appropriate idea, those names that I just called you that are great activists, they will be there to follow. And
it's not just ideological. Mm-hmm. It's not just the progressive parts. It's super important, but it's not even just ideological. Right. It's just the basic. Sometimes I just find myself just wanting, just for basic regular establishment Democrats, please just do your basic duty of generating turnout and trying. Exactly. So it is ideological, but it's not entirely.
Yeah. So Glenn, it's that again. We should be fighting among each other. We should be saying, what is the solution? Show the pathway. Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, with AOC, that was the last straw with me. I'm no longer going to send money to Act Blue. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to spend it more on grassroots. Thank you, Patrick. Let me tell you something. I've been telling. I don't do the Blue host thing anymore. Okay, I provide. I go ahead and I subscribe to a whole lot of Substacks. Right. I subscribe to a whole lot of other channels with people putting data out. As far as saying I am sending money to, let's say, a party, that for me has been gone for some time now. I am doing my part, but I'm doing it with people who are out there on the ground. I'm working to get, Neil and I go out to other functions. We do,
look, it's not, you have to, you're absolutely right. And if more people did what you just said, Patrick, it'll wake up a lot of people. Anything else, Patrick, before I jump to Harry?
No, that's it. Thank you very much for all the time.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, let's go, brother Harry. Come on in. How's your brother?
Good morning, Brother Roberto. Good morning, Neil Kino. Good morning, Howard. Good morning, Magic Jack. I'm enjoying these shows. I haven't called in a while, but like I said, when I don't call, I always listen. This show is very edifying and educational. Roberto, I'm really glad that you pointed that out about the cryptocurrency, because crypto can be a scam, and people have to be careful with that sort of thing. And I'm glad you're pointing those things out to help people so that they don't lose their money. And let's pray that the FDIC, that Elon Musk and Donald Trump don't get their way, and the FDIC, as we know it, goes away. So, because when these banks smash, people get in trouble and lose their money. And these mean-spirited Republicans don't care. They don't care about people's savings. They're just like, you're on your own, Jack. And we just can't have that. And Roberto, I'm also glad that you point, and Howard, you as well, that torpedo bill. I think the government will get something done, but neoliberals, progressives, please don't help these Republicans out with these, because the debt ceiling, the government has to run, and the debt ceiling has to be raised. But they always have these arguments, and hopefully they can compromise. I was reading on there before, as I was waiting to come on, about they're talking about Democrat giveaways. And one other thing, Howard, thanks for playing that song, Maxo Man by Foreplay. I haven't heard that in a long time. And you were talking about Show the Pathway. I mentioned this to you a while back, Howard. Show Me the Way by Greg Carruthers. I would like for you to play that before Roberto's show starts. Feliz Navidad to you, Neil Aquino. I love everything you're talking about locally. Keep up the good work about unions.
Thank you.
Unions are your friends, I've always said. And those 41% that didn't support unions, they're suckers. Donald Trump, as we know, thinks unions are for suckers. So let's hope that he doesn't win, and people will wise up and realize that unions are for the workers and the working class, and so that they have better working conditions and they don't get screwed by these Republicans or some neoliberals.
Thank you very much for your commentary, Harry, and give your brother my regards, all right?
Well, I was going to say that. My brother, he's doing better. His feet, the swelling in his feet and all that, he's managing that. And he says hello, and he does want to talk to you about something, Roberto. We talked last night, and I told him, call Roberto and talk to him about this. So he'll be calling this show to talk to you about it.
Thank you, brother. You have a good one. Saludos, hermano. Let's go to Sister Betty. Sister Betty, come on in.
Hi, Alberto. Good morning. Let's don't hang our head down, Tom Dooley. To all the blues, let's get up our own posse now against fascism, bigotry, sleazebags, big bellies, who will be in control. Time is crucial, not easy. And Harry, sound like Harry got some rest. It is so good. Love y'all. Bye-bye.
Love you too, young lady. You have a great day.
All right.
Let me get to Glenn. Glenn's respond to what I said is, show me the way through the DNC. How has that been working for 40 years now? Glenn, I don't know if you listened to what I said, but my brother Glenn, let's stop trying to find a way to be at each other's throats and do this for me. Show me the way. Lay it out. Let's not just throw things in the air. Lay it out. We're going to do this. We're going to use this process to do this and get here. I don't know how it's done outside of parties that can actually be effective. Okay? I want to do it some other way. And if you can build enough consensus from the rest of the population to do it, my contention to progressives when we lose always is we have to work harder, those of us who are progressives, to convince people that the progressive way is the way. I think it was disastrous for us not to point out the good things that
Biden did from more progressive than any president since FDR. I'm not talking about the wars. I'm not talking about some of the compromises he made, but I'm talking about solid policies passed since FDR. You can't look at things as a monolith and just say Biden is a neoliberal, terrible. You have to look at what people do on an individual policy by policy basis. That's all I'm saying, Brother Glenn. And Mark, Ali, Curtis, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's go to Solomon.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Oh, hi. Yes, I heard a news report about the inflation rate. When Obama ended his term, the inflation rate allegedly was 1.2%.
Okay.
When Trump left his term, he started off at 1.9, but ended at 4.2.
Mm-hmm.
The advisors for Trump are indicating that Trump maintained a 1.4 inflation rate while he was in office. According
they
to
lie. Yeah, they lie.
Yeah, no, that's not what the data says. Did the tariffs and his first administration plus the impact of COVID, or those two variables the same? Did they both cause the inflation rate to go up to 4.2%?
No, there are two different mechanisms. Did Trump's increase in tariff cause inflation to go up? Yes. Why? Because anytime prices increase on any product, that's inflation. So yes, it did cause it. I don't know the exact numbers that occurred, but my hunch would be that a large portion of Trump's 4.2 inflation had more to do. Hey, Gil, please call back. Gil, please call back. We'd like to hear from you real quickly. So call back right now. We'll get you on. Now, I don't know how much of the 4.2% would have been the tariff. My hunch is a lot of that had to do with the supply chain initially. In other words, you get the shock from the supply chain, and then the gouging from the plutocracy begins. Now, when it comes to Biden, I think I've done programs already where I've actually shown that when you remember under Biden, it got as high as 9-point-something%. According to Congresswoman, I can't remember her name right now, half of that was corporate greed. But the other half came from corporate mismanagement of the supply chain. So we have to put that against the corporation as well. But thank you for raising that. And I hope other people realize that most of what they hear from Donald Trump are lies when it comes to his economic prowess. He's nowhere close to being the best economic president. In fact, he is pretty much down the bottom. Anything else, my brother?
Oh, my goodness. No, that's it for now, boss. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. You have a good one. All right, Gil, call back real quickly and we can get you in. Give me some closing remarks, Neil.
Good. Well, everybody have a nice holiday. I think this is the last time I will be on before the end of the year. Have a great New Year. Please treat each other well. Please observe crosswalks. Drive sober. Drive safely. Let's treat each other better in the public sphere. Give room to bikers and pedestrians and to yourself. I'm at HoustonDemocracyProject.com, and the John Cornyn Houston office protest will be out there Christmas Eve, 11:30 to 1 at 5300 Memorial Drive. If you have time, if you're off for the holiday, please join us, 5300 Memorial Drive, 11:30 to 1. We have extra signs for everyone, and it will be our 411th week.
Imagine that, 411 consecutive weeks of protesting against Cornyn. Let me ask you this. Is it do you have it prominently displayed on your website, HoustonDemocracyProject.com?
I do push it aggressively, and we are out there. It's about Senator Cornyn. It's also essential just that people see others like themselves willing to stand openly and confidently for democracy. We've always said voting is essential, but that's not going to be enough. You saw the situation in South Korea 3 weeks ago where the folks urgently came down and I think altered the course of events. We could have use of the Insurrection Act here. There are all sorts of things. We have lots of motorists count on us being there. It's a very busy corner, Memorial and Dietering. And it really is essential. We get our positive reactions are 10 to 1. And it's essential people see others like themselves.
You know what is great is, first of all, Neil, thank you for doing that for the last 412 weeks. And let's, did you say 412?
Next week will be 411.
411 weeks. And so it works. And we can learn something from South Korea. As soon as their authoritarian uses authoritarian powers, they impeached him. I'll throw it back to the studio.
And nothing from me, but Jack, what do you got? You got something?
Well, I believe tomorrow I'm going to do Santa Claus is a capitalist.
Aha! All right. I can't wait to hear that, brother. I can't wait to hear that. Anyway, we got to get out of here, folks. I love you all. Please remember the rest of the show is at politicsdoneright.com/newsletter, politicsdoneright.com/newsletter. And let's see what else. If you didn't get the full information for the book, Bruce, you can always email me at kpft@politicsdoneright.com, kpft@politicsdoneright.com. Anyway, folks, love you all. My name is Egberto Willies. This is Politics Done Right, and you guys know how I end this baby. I am what? Out. Support for this show, Politics Done Right, comes from politicsdoneright.com, publishers of How to Make America Utopia, Take Away the Economy from Those Who Rigged It. As I See It, Class Warfare, The Only Resort to Right-Wing Doom. It's Worth It, How to Talk to Your Right-Wing Relatives, Friends, and Neighbors, and other books written by Egberto Willies.
Welcome to Politics Done Right. I am your host, Egberto Willies. This is a progressive program that will take the mystery out of politics. This is the program that will encourage you to make sure government becomes we the people. Whether you are liberal, progressive, conservative, or otherwise, you get to air your point of view. We are an independent media outlet that, unlike mainstream media beholden to corporations, we only owe allegiance to you. Remember, you can also send me a tweet at EGBERTO